Chapter 2799. This was because Xiao Hua wasn't doing anything. He was even taking a nap with his eyes closed. The spirit blood of a second-grade flying shadow pill was a snow swallow, a spiritual bird that was 6 feet long. Although this spiritual bird was twice the size of a swift sparrow, its rebellious and struggling power was twice as strong. Xiao Hua used his soul thread to drag the blood shadow of the snow swallow into the pill furnace. Seeing the blood shadow of the snow swallow fuse with the pill liquid, Xiao Hua was a little confused. Juxia, where did this spirit blood come from? Why is every drop of spirit blood so powerful? When Little White Dragon's soul was sent into the mysterious dark cloud, it didn't seem to be so strenuous. I've already cultivated to the clear spirit sky. If I were still in the surrounding chi sky, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to refine a first-grade spirit pill. The time to condense the pill was similar to the first time. It also took a total of 47 days to complete. The second-grade flying shadow pill was smaller than the first-grade flying shadow pill, but the shadow of the snow swallow was twice as big. Of course, the pattern on the flying shadow pill was also a snow swallow, and its color was a little thicker than blood. Congratulations, Xiao Hua. Just after Xiao Hua took the pill, Juxia's smiling voice appeared outside the cave. Xiao Hua proudly handed over the second-grade flying shadow pill and said with a smile, "Take a look. Does this spirit pill have star power?" "Okay." Juxia took it, and her eyes flashed with 5 colors. She said happily, "This time there is star power. Xiao Hua, how did you do it?" "Hehe, this is my private matter. Miss Juxia, please don't blame me." Xiao Hua smiled but didn't answer. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "This is a first-grade flying shadow pill. Please accept it." "All right." Juxia stretched out his hand and received it. At the same time, he returned the flying shadow pill to Xiao Hua. "Let's go." Xiao Hua took the second-grade flying shadow pill and waved his hand. "Please wake Hongxia up and let her take this spirit pill." "Oh." Juxia was slightly surprised. You're not going to refine the third-grade flying shadow pill?" "No." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "This second-grade flying shadow pill is already troublesome to refine. I'm afraid that the third-grade flying shadow pill will fail. This Xiao's spirit grass is simple, but Mrs. Spirit Blood is very precious. Don't be scared, don't be scared." Juxia waved her hand and said, "Although this third-grade cold goo spirit blood is precious, it can be refined into a flying shadow pill. It is perfectly compatible with Big Sister's Ice Phoenix bloodline. The effect was several times better than the snow swallow. Besides, I still want the second-grade spirit pill with star power that you just refined. You don't disappoint me and Big Sister." "This." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and said, "This Xiao really feels that it won't be easy to refine a third-grade spirit pill. There's a 70% chance that this cold goose spirit blood will be wasted. Hehe, since you have 30% confidence, why not give it a try?" Juxia smiled. "I think you can do it. I have 99% confidence in you." Seeing that Xiao Hua was hesitating, Juxia thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll wake her up now and teach her the secret technique. If you're able to refine a third-grade spirit pill, give it to Big Sister on the day it's completed. Otherwise, let Big Sister take this second-grade spirit pill. It won't delay Big Sister's recovery. What do you think?" Xiao Hua was most afraid of persuasion. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, since you're not afraid that I'll spoil the flying shadow pill, what do I have to be afraid of?" "Good. Thank you for your trouble." Juxia smiled and nodded. She looked deeply at Xiao Hua and turned around to wake Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. Juxia walked to the side of Fairy Hongxia with her back facing Xiao Hua. Her eyes once again shone with the 5-colored brilliance. Her right hand tapped on her forehead and pointed at Fairy Hongxia. Quick! A ray of 5-colored brilliance landed on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. "Ah!" Fairy Hongxia moved slightly and a moan could be heard. "Hongxia." Xiao Hua was too embarrassed to call Fairy Hongxia his wife in front of everyone. He called out in a low voice and walked over. Xiao Hua Fairy Hongxia straightened her body. Her entire body was aching, and she felt an indescribable discomfort. There was an indescribable feeling between her bones. However, just as she called out to Xiao Hua, her gaze landed on Zhu Xia's face. Big sister Tilda Zhu Xia smiled and didn't bow. She said, "My name is Zhu Xia. I've long heard of the rinsing flower sect's Fairy Hong Xia's beautiful name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You truly live up to your name. Little sister is impressed." Zhu Xia. Before Fairy Hong Xia fainted, she only saw Xiao Hua walking over on lightning. At that time, she only had Xiao Hua in her eyes. Even if Zhu Xia did appear, she might not even be worthy of her attention. But now, when she woke up, she saw such a beautiful woman in front of her. She even called her big sister. How could she not be vigilant? Hihi, Hong Xia, this is a fellow cultivator I met when I was lost in the Huan country. When Xiao Hua heard Fairy Hong Xia's unfriendly tone, how could he not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly explained, "Zhu Xia has the ability to predict the future. I came to the Sword Edge Mountain under her suggestion, otherwise, I would still be on my way to Drifting Cloud Lake." Oh, tilde Fairy Hong Xia frowned. Zhu Xia looked very young, but her youthful vigor couldn't be concealed. When Fairy Hong Xia first saw Zhu Xia, her heart skipped a beat. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her reject Zhu Xia, but at the same time, she was slightly attracted to her. When she heard Xiao Hua say that Zhu Xia had an inconceivable ability, how could she not think about it? Furthermore, those 6 illusory swordsmen were killed by Miss Zhu Xia. Xiao Hua continued, "If not for her, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 6 grade 3 illusory swordsmen. Also," Xiao Hua continued, "your Dharma body collapsed and your elemental energy was greatly damaged. Miss Zhu Xia took out her pill formula and secret technique to treat your injuries. I am preparing to refine the flying shadow pill." At this point, Xiao Hua was stunned. It seemed that he didn't need to explain so much. Wouldn't the more he explained, the more suspicious Fairy Hong Xia would be? Why would he feel guilty for no reason? "Oh, so it's like this. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Zhu Xia." Fairy Hong Xia's face was expressionless as she struggled to get up to thank Zhu Xia. "Elder sister, look at you. Your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no need to be so polite." Zhu Xia hurriedly supported Fairy Hong Xia and said with a smile, "Little sister originally wanted to ask Xiao Hua for help. Naturally, I had to do something for him first. Furthermore, elder sister is a peerless talent and a natural beauty. You are the leader of all the girls. Even if little sister isn't a man, I wouldn't be willing to let anything happen to elder sister. Little sister is doing something for elder sister. How could those stinky men understand?" Tilda Fairy Hong Xia was a little embarrassed by Zhu Xia's words. She said in a low voice, "Little sister's looks are 10 times better than elder sister's, and your temperament is 100 times better than elder sister's. Although you haven't grown up yet, you are already so dazzling. If you become an adult in the future, won't you be a charming beauty? Elder sister can't compare to you are." The person elder sister is talking about, could it be elder sister? Zhu Xia smiled as she glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Only someone with elder sister's looks would have such a reputation. Huan Hua sect's Fairy Hong Xia is extremely famous in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms. Little sister has never heard of anyone who can compare to elder sister are. I'm afraid that only an intelligent woman like elder sister can match up to a cultivator like Xiao Hua. I'm afraid that Xiao Hua wouldn't even look at others are. Elder sister, you don't know how anxious Xiao Hua has been these few days." Zhu Xia's voice grew softer, but Fairy Hong Xia's laughter grew louder. The two of them were even whispering to each other. "How? You don't know this, but the Imperial Thunder Sect has a person who enjoys the benefits of being in a favorable position." Fairy Hong Xia's words were also transmitted over. Xiao Hua stood by the side in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "What are you talking about? Obviously, just a moment ago they were still on guard. How come in the blink of an eye, it's like they have known each other for a long time? Furthermore, is this the time to whisper? Shouldn't we be discussing the matter of healing her injuries first?" While Xiao Hua was feeling helpless, his heart became alert again. This Zhu Xia, her methods are really impressive. Although Fairy Hongxia's injuries have not healed and her state of mind is somewhat lacking, but ordinary people would not be able to gain her trust so easily. This Zhu Xia's bewitching technique is really powerful. Not only was Xiao Hua stunned, even Xiao Maro and Li Zongbao were watching from the side, speechless. They were the same as Xiao Hua. Although they were bewitched by Zhu Xia's beauty, they were still alert in their hearts. They had never spoken to someone so sincerely the moment they met. Who would have thought that after Fairy Hongxia woke up, she would be so intimate with Zhu Xia with just a few words, far surpassing their expectations. Darling Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing how to remind him or find the time to transmit a message. Fairy Hongxia turned her head and smiled. You should go and refine the pills. Little sister Zhu Xia has already told me just now, my future cultivation will depend on darling Xiao's hard work. Also, little sister Zhu Xia is about to teach me the secret technique of Dharmakaya cultivation. You don't have to worry. Once I fully understand the secret technique, your pills will also be refined. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Fairy Hongxia emphasized the best of both worlds very much, and even winked at Xiao Hua. Yes. Xiao Hua's face was a little red, thinking that Fairy Hongxia mentioned the best of both worlds to imply that he already knew Zhu Xia. After hesitating for a while, he wanted to transmit a message to explain something. But just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly understood. Of course, who is Fairy Hongxia? She is a person who is said to be on par with Li Zongbao. Even if she is seriously injured, how can she not be alert? But when Fairy Hongxia heard that Zhu Xia helped Xiao Hua when he killed the 6 illusory swords, she naturally had the thought of befriending her. Both sides are Dao sect cultivators, and they met in Huan country. No matter what her motive was, as long as they could support each other, she would be a strong ally. To Fairy Hongxia and the rest, to Zhu Xia, it was a good thing. This is what Fairy Hongxia meant by the best of both worlds. How is this the best of both worlds in Xiao Hua's little abacus? Female cultivators, not to mention who they are, which one of them is not, beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. -11. Chapter 2800. I'll have to trouble Miss Zhu Xia to take care of Hongxia. The trace of doubt on Xiao Hua's face was also swept away. He laughed loudly and turned around to enter the cave. Li Zongbao was naturally stunned, but after a little calculation, he roughly understood. He frowned and found a place to sit down and meditate alone. On the other hand, Xiao Maro was looking at this and that. He was really puzzled. Fairy Hongxia and Zhu Xia were whispering to each other. He wanted to ask Li Zongbao about it, but Li Zongbao ignored him. Thus, he could only helplessly sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, protecting Xiao Hua. A few days later, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance wafted for dozens of days. On this day, everyone closed their eyes to comprehend their own cultivation methods. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry of a wild goose sounded from within the cave. That sound was very arrogant, but at the same time, it was also very desolate. Zhu Xia heard the sound and opened her eyes. She looked at the cave and frowned slightly. This cry of a wild goose was obviously different from the previous 2 times. Others may not have heard it, but she heard it clearly. Sister, Fairy Hongxia naturally opened her eyes and was very sensitive to Zhu Xia's expression. She whispered, "Is Xiao Hua all right?" "Ian, I'm afraid there is something wrong." Zhu Xia didn't hide anything and said in a low voice, "Just now, Xiao Hua already said that when he was refining the 2nd grade spirit pill, he was already somewhat unable to do it. However, in order to give Big Sister a higher grade 3rd grade spirit pill, he still insisted on refining a 3rd spirit pill. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Sister is really lucky to meet such a deeply affectionate Dao companion like Xiao Hua. However, Sister doesn't have to worry. The worst case scenario is that he will waste a spirit pill. Nothing will happen to Xiao Hua. Sigh, that's just how he is." Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with tenderness. If he can give others 10 points, he will definitely not give 9 points. Not just me, it's the same for others. After a long time, Sister will know. Hihi, how can I stay with Sister and Xiao Hua for long? After Xiao Hua helps Mai once, Mai will leave this place. Tilda, when will Mai be able to see Jejia in the future? Mai doesn't even know our. Ju Xia giggled. However, after chatting with elder sister for so many days, younger sister is really envious of elder sister and Xiao Hua's feelings. I like being together with elder sister even more. Then, Ju Xia's eyes became blurry as if she was looking into the distance. She muttered, if only my younger sister had such an elder sister. How great would that be? Seeing Ju Xia's pitiful expression, Fairy Hong Xia's heart could not help but ache. She even blurted out, if you don't mind, it would be good for us to become sworn sisters. Ah, really? Ju Xia's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. That kind of surprise was like the birth of a bright moon in the night sky, making Fairy Hong Xia's heart clear up again. Of course. Fairy Hong Xia said proudly, if those stinky men can become sworn brothers, why can't we women do the same? Good. Ju Xia did not allow Fairy Hong Xia to continue speaking. She bowed and said, little sister Ju Xia greets big sister Hong Xia. Little sister, please rise. Fairy Hong Xia smiled as she helped Ju Xia up. Becoming sworn sisters is not only that, we also have to report it to the heavens and earth, and let the heavens and earth bear witness for us. I will listen to elder sister's instructions. Ju Xia's face turned red. Little sister does not know much about this. Li Zongbao naturally heard the cries of the winter geese in the cave. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Fairy Hong Xia and Ju Xia who were becoming sworn sisters. He did not know what to say. The development of this matter was far beyond his imagination. It was even a little inconceivable. If only Zhou Xia was here, how great would that be? Li Zongbao thought to himself for no reason. Xiao Hua was not as unaffected as Ju Xia had said. The shadow of the winter geese was at least 20 feet tall, and it covered the cave that was opened temporarily. Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the moment the shadow of the winter geese was formed, a cold aura mixed with a faint savage aura seeped out from the shadow, enveloping the entire cave. Furthermore, the shadow of the winter geese flapped its wings, and a surge of energy carried the drop of blood, as if it was about to fly out of the cave above the geese's head. Xiao Hua's magic power surged, and he tried his best to control the spiritual fire, but he was unable to control the shadow. Xiao Hua had already released over 1,000 strands of spirit thread, firmly entangling the shadow. However, he was still unable to stop the shadow from struggling. Sigh, if the 3rd grade flying shadow pill is so difficult to refine, then what about the 6th grade? What about the 9th grade? Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Looks like this 3rd batch of flying shadow pill is going to be wasted. It's really a pity for the 3rd drop of spirit blood. After all, Xiao Hua was controlling the spiritual fire to use the demon realm's blood fusion technique, and his control was not too skillful. Although the shadow of the winter geese could not really escape from the capital star's formation, the fusion of the pill was at this moment. After this moment, the flying shadow pill would be wasted, and the spirit blood of the winter geese would also be wasted. Little yellow? Little white? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and felt that it was inappropriate. Little white was still weak and could not come out, and little yellow could only eat. He had never seen it spit out before. Moreover, there was Ju Xia outside the cave, so how could Xiao Hua expose these secrets in front of her? Just as Xiao Hua was about to give up, his gaze fell on the drop of blood that was about to turn into green smoke under the shadow of the winter geese. Oh, can I give it a try? Xiao Hua was a little hesitant, but soon after, he opened his mouth and a drop of essence blood flew out and landed right beside the remnant blood. In almost an instant, the other spiritual flame also flew out from Xiao Hua's hand and charged into the essence blood. Tilda within the cave, the cry of the winter geese had been heard for the umpteenth time. Not only did the cry not have a trace of weakness, it was even louder than before, as if the shadow of the winter geese had not been consumed much in the past few days. Little sister, what is Xiao Hua doing? Fairy Hong Xia held Ju Xia's small, boneless hand and asked in a low voice. Hehe, big sister, why don't you use your spiritual sense to see for yourself? Ju Xia said with a smile. There are no restrictions in his cave. That won't do. Fairy Hong Xia shook her head. This is Xiao Hua's secret, and if I use my spiritual sense to check, it might affect his pill refining. Big sister is right. Zhu Xia nodded with a smile. Little sister has not checked before, and I don't know how to refine pills, so I don't know what he is doing. But thinking about it, Xiao Hua is trying to subdue the spiritual bird's blood and send it into the flying shadow pill. The previous 2 times, it didn't take this long, right? Fairy Hong Xia was a little worried. The previous 2 times, it was done in one go. Zhu Xia nodded. I'm afraid there is a problem this time. Now that the winter geese have been crying for a few days, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron must have reached its limit. If the cry of the geese is still there, this cauldron of pills will be wasted. Xiao Hua is going to feel heartache now. Fairy Hong Xia laughed when she heard that Xiao Hua was not in any danger. Big sister, this is the spiritual blood that little sister has been collecting for a long time. Little sister's heart is aching. Zhu Xia rebuked. Big sister only has Xiao Hua in your heart. You don't care about little sister. Good. Fairy Hong Xia laughed. When there is a chance in the future, I will ask Xiao Hua to make more for you. Good. This is what big sister said. I will tell Xiao Hua later. Zhu Xia laughed and almost jumped up. Where was the awe-inspiring aura that she had when she killed 5 illusory swords with a single sentence? Seeing how happy Zhu Xia was, Fairy Hong Xia was also happy in her heart and a smile appeared on her face. Who wouldn't like such a cute little sister like Zhu Xia? Tilda at this moment, the winter geese cried out in grief. It was incomparably mournful. Following that, there was a series of flustered cries. Following that, there was a buzzing sound from the cauldron. Everything returned to silence. Although Fairy Hong Xia did not know how to refine pills, when she heard the commotion, her heart was at ease. A strange expression appeared on Zhu Xia's face. This was a rarely seen expression on her face. Furthermore, ever since she met Xiao Hua, this expression had appeared many times. However, this strange expression disappeared in a flash and a smile appeared on her face again. Nonsense, if this grade 3 flying shadow pill was refined, then wouldn't the grade 2 flying shadow pill be hers? No matter what angle she looked at it from, there was no way she would not want to refine this grade 3 pill. After another 9 days, a golden light shot up into the sky from within the cave and pierced through the mountain peak. After that, it shot up into the sky from the peak and did not stop for a long time. Within the cave, a few clear sounds could be heard, as though a water buffalo was sneezing. Suddenly, Xiao Hua chanted a mantra and all the golden light disappeared. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out and Xiao Hua appeared at the entrance of the cave with a smile on his face. Darling Xiao tilde Fairy Hong Xia walked over quickly. Her steps were light and light. Although she might not be able to use her flying technique, her recovery over the past few days could already be estimated. This is for you. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. It was not the same as before where it was just a spiritual pill. Instead, it was a jade box with a yellow talisman pasted on it. I heard from little sister Zhu Xia that this spiritual pill was something that you insisted on refining. Fairy Hong Xia said with heartache, actually, the previous one was enough. Why did you have to waste your spiritual energy? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Following which, he saw Zhu Xia sticking out her tongue from behind Fairy Hong Xia. Her scarlet tongue was very eye-catching. This Zhu Xia is really good at reading people's expressions, Xiao Hua praised. Naturally, he could not deny it. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia and said, I did not take good care of you and caused you to be injured. Naturally, I have to do my best to help you recover. This grade 3 flying shadow pill is very beneficial to your future cultivation. How can I let it go? Darling Xiao, you are the best. Fairy Hong Xia said while biting her cherry lips. Brother-in-law. Zhu Xia did not miss the opportunity to shout, quickly let me see the pill image of this grade 3 flying shadow pill. Brother-in-law? Xiao Hua was stunned. -11. Chapter 2801. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled, I have already become sisters with Zhu Xia. Naturally, she has to call you brother-in-law. Are you a little disappointed? Naturally, the last sentence was already similar to a voice transmission. How could I? Xiao Hua did not pay attention and almost let it slip. Halfway through, he immediately changed his words and said, "Great, great. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I entered Huan country. Congratulations, Red Cloud." Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This, the mysterious Zhu Xia actually called him brother-in-law. "Quickly give me the pill, brother-in-law." Zhu Xia was like a lively child as she jumped in front of Xiao Hua and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Here Xiao Hua could only pass the jade box to Zhu Xia first. He then turned his head and asked, "Red Cloud, the secret technique that Zhu Xia gave you, have you comprehended it?" "Yen, previously I comprehended the second grade flying shadow technique." Fairy Hong Xia's face had a worried expression, but Xiao Hua actually refined the third grade flying shadow pill. "I have no choice but to comprehend the third grade flying shadow technique again. Xiao Hua is making things difficult for me." Seeing that Fairy Hong Xia was actually so cute, Xiao Hua's heart was about to melt. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. However, thinking that Li Zongbao and Xiao Maro were still at the side, he was afraid that Fairy Hong Xia would be shy. Who knew that when Fairy Hong Xia raised her hand, she would hold Xiao Hua's hand. Her warm and soft hand was really Fairy Hong Xia's sweetheart. Xiao Hua's hand tightened as if he had grabbed onto happiness. The hard work of the past 100 days had already disappeared along with the golden light and the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Li Zongbao and Xiao Maro did not pay attention to Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua at all. Their gazes were the same as Zhu Xia's, landing on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a golden pill with a pigeon egg inside. There was a layer of faint golden brilliance on it. That brilliance was so dazzling that it was like the yellow sun on the horizon. And this golden brilliance was emitted from the faint golden threads within the pill. In addition to the golden threads, the surface of the golden core was covered in fine runes, just like the previous 2 flying shadow pills. These runes formed the image of a cold goose. As the 5-colored brilliance flashed in Zhu Xia's eyes, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. There was even a hint of greed in his expression, or perhaps it was a longing that accompanied it. Li Zongbao and Xiao Maro were purely amateurs. They stared at it for a long time, but other than the golden light in their eyes, they didn't know what was so special about it. "Xiao, brother-in-law." Zhu Xia only opened her mouth after a long while. She stuck out her thumb and said, "I don't know how to praise you. It seems like I can only give you don't know anything other than giving birth. I really can't think of any other title in this world that I can give you. Here." Fairy Hong Xia's face was slightly red. She pinched Xiao Hua with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to laugh. "Cough cough tilde low-key, low-key." Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, "It's best not to use this shocking title. Otherwise, many cultivators won't have the face to appear in the cultivation world." "Ha ha ha tilde." Zhu Xia laughed happily. Her laughter flowed like a mountain spring into everyone's hearts. Everyone was infected and an indescribable joy was born from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Zongbao revealed a rare smile. "Sister, brother-in-law is really interesting." Zhu Xia almost wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His third-grade flying shadow pill's quality has long surpassed the third grade. However, because it doesn't have Chao Ying's spirit blood, it can't reach the 4th grade. However, the mysterious golden thread inside has already raised this pill to the outer grade. Outer grade? Xiao Hua was also happy in his heart. However, after hearing Zhu Xia's evaluation of his pill, Xiao Hua was a bit confused. The outer grade is beyond the evaluation of the 9th grade. Zhu Xia smiled and said, "Just like the Wu Kang pill and the 2nd grade flying shadow pill that brother-in-law refined earlier, they can all be classified as outer grade. However, the grades of these pills are too low, so there isn't any special distinction. How many spirit stones are these outer grade and inner grade spirit pills worth?" Xiao Hua's heart calmed down and he revealed the face of a miser. "Spirit stones?" Zhu Xia asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "If little sister is willing to pay spirit stones, would brother-in-law be willing to sell this outer grade golden pill to little sister?" "Why, is it impossible?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to say how is it possible. But he immediately changed his words. "Hihi, Only an alchemy grandmaster like brother-in-law can have such boldness. Zhu Xia praised again. This inner-grade pill or outer-grade pill is a rare treasure. Who would take it out to trade without permission? Brother-in-law, have you ever seen a first-grade pill in the auction of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really haven't. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said doubtfully. Furthermore, this Xiao seems to have never heard of pills being divided into 9 grade. Zhu Xia did not answer his question but nodded and said, that's right. Can spirit stones be used to exchange for pills that don't even appear in the auction? Then without explaining, he turned to Fairy Hong Xia and said, Sister, you're lucky. With this outer grade flying shadow pill, you can practice the 3rd grade flying shadow technique. This avatar will definitely be famous in Dawn Rain continent in the future, but, as you said, this avatar needs to be reforged. Using Xiantian True Water to forge an Ice Phoenix avatar is a bit too difficult. Fairy Hong Xia looked at the golden pill and said hesitantly, Darling Xiao, you refined this golden pill with great difficulty. Don't waste it. Hehe, with brother-in-law here, what are you afraid of? Zhu Xia chuckled and there was a mischievous look in that smile. Lone Yin does not give birth, Lone Yang does not grow. Brother-in-law's name of terrifying phoenix is not for nothing, right? Fairy Hong Xia's face turned red. She did not expect Zhu Xia to be able to see through this. Xiao Hua's face also turned red. Looking at the sky and the ground, Li Zongbao pointed to a corner in the distance and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, there seems to be something wrong with the Du Tian star array. You and I have been studying the array for a long time. Let's go and take a look. All right. Xiao Mao's face was also serious as he followed Li Zongbao. That, sister. Fairy Hong Xia was a bit embarrassed but she had to say it now. Darling Xiao's phoenix avatar disappeared. Ah! How can an avatar disappear? Once the avatar is activated, if it is forced to dissipate, to the cultivator's cultivation. That, brother-in-law, you can still stand here? Zhu Xia's smile froze. She seemed to have never heard of an avatar disappearing. Cough cough, that is indeed the case. Xiao Hua could not explain in detail and said softly, my avatar seems to have fallen into the void. Amazing. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Zhu Xia was speechless and gave him a thumbs up helplessly. Xiao Hua was able to throw an avatar into the void. This was probably the first time Zhu Xia had seen someone like that. Let's see if there is any other way first. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and urged. There is indeed a way. Zhu Xia smiled bitterly and said, the fusion of yin and yang is the best way to create an avatar. Sister, you have the innate primordial water here, so you must have the innate primordial fire. The best way to create the innate primordial fire is the best. That is why I thought of. At this point, Zhu Xia shut up. Because Xiao Hua was holding a golden magic bottle in which the innate primordial fire was flickering. Brother-in-law, do you have any other innate items? Zhu Xia was a bit speechless. The more innate items of the 5 elements in this avatar, the better. Xiao Hua raised his hand again and took out a ball of innate gold qi. He said embarrassedly, I only have these 3. Innate primordial wood and innate primordial earth. I really don't have any. Please excuse me. Ari. Zhu Xia sighed and shook her head. I finally understand. How could I forget about this? You should have it. After he finished speaking, he actually looked at Xiao Hua with a profound look. Xiao Hua was already used to Zhu Xia's ability to predict the future. He did not pay attention to her gaze. Who knew that Zhu Xia would raise her hand again and said, take out your innate gold mother and innate jellyfish and let sister use them. Oh, okay. Xiao Hua hesitated and was about to take them out. Sister is really amazing. Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiao Hua nodding. How could she not know that Xiao Hua actually had these things that she had never thought of before? She was really impressed by Zhu Xia's ability to predict the future. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, Xiao Hua has never mentioned these things to me before. You actually said it out loud. If I did not hear you say that you have such talent, I would have thought that Xiao Hua had told you before. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a bitter face, these things are useless to you. Why would I tell you? It is even more impossible for me to tell Juxia. He. Fairy Hong Xia laughed and said, "This concubine knows. It is all because Juxia's ability is amazing." But Juxia waved her hand as if she did not have any intention of being complacent. She said, "Brother-in-law, please don't." "Oh, what do you want now?" Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "I do not have any innate fire, mother. Even if you beat me to death, I would not be able to take it out." Brother-in-law, do not be anxious. Juxia did not have any intention of coveting Xiao Hua's innate items. She explained, "The Tao of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is even more so for the innate 5 element. Innate jellyfish and innate gold mother can produce innate primordial water and innate gold chi. When these two things mutually reinforce each other, they can produce a bit of innate true wood. Brother-in-law also has innate true fire. When combined with innate gold mother, you can forcefully produce a bit of innate true earth. Sister's Dharma body only needs to be constructed with the innate 5 elements. It does not need innate fire, mother." -11. Chapter 2802. "Oh, I understand now." Xiao Hua nods his head, but then he is suddenly shocked and says anxiously, This kind of Dharma body, doesn't that mean it has the innate 5 elements? Is that still a true blood Dharma body?" Of course not." Juxia smiles like a crescent moon. "This should be an innate spiritual body." "Innate spiritual body?" Xiao Hua blinks his eyes and says in confusion, "This name sounds very powerful, but what is so powerful about it? As for the specifics, I am not sure myself." At this moment, Juxia does not say anything, as if she is trying to whet Xiao Hua's appetite. "All I know is that this spiritual body can cultivate by itself. If there is a coincidence, just like your Dharma body, it can enter the void and be separated from sister's body. Who knows, it might be another external incarnation. This, so powerful." Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia are both wild with joy. Is there still a need to say? Even if this spiritual body Dharma body cannot be separated from the body, if this spiritual body can cultivate in the future, wouldn't it be another Fairy Hong Xia? In the future, if they were to fight with others, wouldn't the two of them fight together? "Sister, you really have a good family background, right?" Fairy Hong Xia is really full of admiration for Juxia. She had already asked about Juxia's background, but Juxia did not say anything. Fairy Hong Xia thought for a long time but still could not think of Juxia's background. Now it seems that Juxia might be a direct disciple of one of the big sects in the cultivation world. It's just SOSO. Juxia smiles. Compared to the so-called I know everything except giving birth, at this point, Juxia is stunned. It seems that only male cultivators can say such words. For a girl to say such words, it is extremely inappropriate. Xiao Hua rarely sees Juxia's awkwardness and laughs. Sister Juxia tugs on Fairy Hong Xia's sleeve, unwilling to let it go. Fairy Hong Xia glares at Xiao Hua and rebukes, "Sister is still underage. Look at how much she has learned from you." Xiao Hua curls his lips. "If Juxia is underage, I am afraid that I am still a child." Let's go, sister. Sister, I will first tell sister the secret technique to refine the spiritual body Dharma body. Let those stinky men enjoy the wind outside. Juxia giggled as she pulled Fairy Hong Xia into the cave, leaving the two beautiful figures in Xiao Hua's line of sight. Junior brother Xiao Hua heard Li Zongbao's voice transmission beside his ear. This Juxia is full of oddities. Junior sister being so intimate with her, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sigh, Xiao Hua walked towards the two people and said with a bitter smile, "What can we do? Perhaps Hong Xia has her own plans. She wasn't a simple-minded person, so she would just treat it as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, even if Hong Xia falls into Juxia's trap, what can you and I do? This Juxia is unfathomable. Looks like this little girl doesn't have any bad intentions." Although Xiao Maro can't hear the two's voice transmission, seeing Li Zongbao's seriousness and Xiao Hua's helplessness, he immediately understands that Li Zongbao is telling Xiao Hua the same thing that he has nagged him countless times. "What do you know?" Xiao Hua glares at Xiao Mao. Your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. Can you tell that she has any bad intentions? This. Xiao Mao actually blushes. Looks like Xiao Hua is right. Senior brother, can you and Xiao Mao understand the array? If there is anything you don't understand, just say it. Xiao Hua looks at the cave and asks. Li Zhongbao's face shows a trace of awkwardness. Xiao Mao hurriedly says, of course there is a lot that I don't understand. This is the capital star array, how can it be compared to an ordinary array? Big brother, quickly explain it to me. Senior brother Li can also tell me what you have learned. Then, the three brothers hid outside the cave, and explained the capital star array in detail. Although the two of them were a little confused, it was 100 times better than trying to figure it out by themselves. Seeing that Li Zhongbao, the number one person under the golden core stage, doesn't understand the array, Xiao Hua is somewhat pensive. This capital star array in his heart is like a piece of cake, as if he has been comprehending it for a long time. Judging himself by others, Xiao Hua understands that his aptitude is not inferior to Li Zhongbao's, or his cultivation time is not shorter than Li Zhongbao's. But, during the Imperial Thunder Sect's apprenticeship test, the Bone Age test, didn't it show that I am only 20 years old? Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sect spells are not good enough? Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of his background. For several days, Fairy Hong Xia and Zhu Xia did not come out. Xiao Hua knows that the secret technique to condense a spiritual body is definitely not that simple. So, Xiao Hua dug 2 more caves at the side. He hid in one of them to refine jade talismans, and left the other one for Li Zhongbao and Xiao Mao. He does not dare to let the 2 of them stand outside in the cold wind. Who would have thought that this wait would take more than 100 days? Xiao Hua's technique of refining jade talismans is becoming more and more skillful. He actually managed to refine 2 sets of the hundreds of talismans of the capital star array. Moreover, he refined more than 10 talismans, patching up the flaws of the array. Xiao Hua tested it a little. The power of the jade talismans is indeed much stronger than the talismans. Not only is the defensive power 40% stronger, the speed of setting up the array is also more than double. If I recall all the other jade talismans of the capital star array, I won't be afraid of anyone on the Dawn Rain continent with just this array. Xiao Hua just thought of this, and he unconsciously felt a slight shock in his heart. Previously, he already had a thought, I can't be careless. The cultivator who sealed this young master must be incomparably powerful. Even with this star array, this young master was still not his opponent. Moreover, I've revealed too much in the Sword Dao battle. Just like what Li Zhongbao said, even if I want to hide it, it will not be easy. I'm afraid I have to make other plans. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Mount Million Meng. That Ji Peng and Qing Xian must have come from Mount Million Meng and then possessed Yin Meng here. How did they come here? Could it be that the teleportation array within the Universal Shifting Token was able to construct a teleportation array? If that's the case, I can use this teleportation array to reach the other side of Mount Million Meng. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, he can't do anything to me. But, second senior brother said it very clearly. This teleportation array must not be constructed successfully. Otherwise, Ji Peng will be here before I even reach there. Before this young master's enemy makes a move, this young master and second senior martial brother will be killed. Oh, Jiang Liu. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked. This period of time was extremely dangerous. He had thrown Jiang Liu into the space and ignored her. Even if he occasionally took things from the space, Jiang Liu was thrown in an extremely remote place. He did not think of her at all. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua's consciousness entered the space, everything about Jiang Liu was still the same. Her face was not thin or fat, and it was still the same. Fortunately, Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Jiang Liu here, I would not be able to explain it to senior sister. Brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhu Xia's voice came from outside the cave. Alas, my cheap brother-in-law. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, responded, and flew out of the cave. Brother-in-law's hands are not slow. In just a few days, you have actually created 2 cave residences. Zhu Xia laughed. Of course, I can't always stay outside and drink the northwest wind, Xiao Hua said unhappily. He looked at the cave and said, how is Hongxia? Can she finish comprehending it? Of course. Zhu Xia smiled, stretched out her hand and said, brother-in-law, you can give me the 2nd grade flying shadow pill. En. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the 2nd grade flying shadow pill and 3 drops of spiritual blood, which he wanted to give to Zhu Xia. I only want the 2nd grade flying shadow pill. Zhu Xia stretched out her hand, took the pills and said, the rest of them are useless to me. Just take it as a reward. Xiao Hua knew that Zhu Xia was not willing to take more benefits from him. He was afraid that if she needed his help in the future, she would not be able to ask for his help. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission. How confident are you in condensing the spiritual body? If it fails, will it have any effect on Hongxia? Zhu Xia smiled faintly and asked, now that it has come to this, do you have any leeway to retreat? Xiao Hua was startled and shook his head slightly. It seems that there is no leeway. Since there is no leeway, what's the use of asking so much? Zhu Xia looked at the cave that Xiao Hua flew out of and said, I will go there to rest. You can do whatever you want. I've already told her everything. When Zhu Xia said this, her expression was very serious, as if she did not have any intention of joking. However, when Xiao Hua heard the last sentence, his face turned red again. Facing this Zhu Xia who seemed to know everything, Xiao Hua felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The secret of dual cultivation, especially the secret between the Phoenix celestial body and the Ice Phoenix celestial body, this Zhu Xia knew. What else did she not know? Ari, there is no array in this cave. Even if I do something, it will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. How can I do whatever I want? However, when Xiao Hua walked into the cave, he realized that he was thinking too much. He saw Hongxia Fairy flying in mid-air, her body slanted upwards. Her hands were spread open, and her perfectly round legs were slightly raised. Her sharp chin corresponded with her legs, and her posture was very strange. It was as if she was flying, but also as if she was dancing. However, on the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, there was an inexplicable fluctuation of mana. This fluctuation flowed along the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, from her chin to her arms, then from her arms to her back, to the tip of her feet, then from the tip of her feet to her lower abdomen, then back to her chin. -11. Chapter 2803. Xiao Hua was in such a state, and Fairy Hongxia was even more so. Seeing the sound of the explosion fading, and the hurricane calming down, her eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. At this moment, crack 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 tilde an extremely discordant sound was heard amidst the explosion, as if something had cracked. And this sound seemed to spread, rapidly spreading to Fairy Hongxia's entire Dharma body. This is bad. Hearing such a sound, how could Xiao Hua not know that something had gone wrong? With a sweep of his divine will, he understood that the 5 elements item that had been gradually fusing together was now showing signs of cracks. Obviously, the fusion was not successful. What should we do? Xiao Hua frowned. Fairy Hongxia was also panicking, but that panic only lasted for a moment. She stared straight at Xiao Hua's face, and her body glowed with a bloody light. Shua. It was as if all the essence blood in her body had been poured into the Ice Phoenix embodiment, and all the crystals were mixed with a trace of blood. My wife is staking it all on this one throw. Xiao Hua was anxious. He knew that Fairy Hongxia had started the process of condensing the crystals in advance, but he could not do anything to stop it. He could only nod slightly, as if to encourage Fairy Hongxia. Gar tilde another sound rang out, and the Ice Phoenix embodiment danced, like a bloody shadow dancing in the air. The flying shadow secret technique was like this. The bloody light in the crystals trembled along with the Ice Phoenix embodiment, trying its best to condense the 5 elements item. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The power of the bloodline could not withstand it, and with the power of the 5 elements, the cracks of the 5 elements were getting bigger and bigger. Despair, deep and bottomless despair. Whether it was Fairy Hongxia or Xiao Hua, They both had such a feeling in their heart. There was a limit to human strength, and this was not a lie. Sometimes, they felt that with just a little bit more, they could succeed. However, this little bit was like a natural moat. Even if there was Zhu Xia's mysterious flying shadow pill and flying shadow secret technique, even if there was Xiao Hua's rare innate golden mother and innate jellyfish, even if there was Hong Xia fairy and Xiao Hua's mutual love, even if the two of them were determined to die together. But all of this could not change the outcome of Fairy Hong Xia's embodiment disappearing. In fact, because of this effort, Fairy Hong Xia's physical body and cultivation would suffer even more serious damage. All their efforts had been for naught. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of replacing Fairy Hong Xia, even though he knew that it was just wishful thinking. However, to have such thoughts was also good. Fairy Hong Xia could already feel that kind of love from Xiao Hua's anxiety. Fairy Hong Xia opened her mouth, as though she wanted to send a voice transmission. However, not a single word came out. It was as if she knew everything. Xiao Hua also knew. She understood. Xiao Hua also understood. All the words in the world were superfluous. Let's leave it to fate. All of a sudden, Fairy Hong Xia came to a realization. Opportunities were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. How could an opportunity that could be created be called an opportunity? Xiao Hua naturally felt the change in Fairy Hong Xia's gaze. Although his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, he still smiled slightly. The husband follows the wife's lead. This was probably the case. But just as Fairy Hong Xia was about to give up, the golden light within her avatar shone brightly. Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. However, her face immediately lit up with joy. Within the blood-red light, the golden threads from the flying shadow elixir were now emerging from the blood-red light. They entwined around the 5 elemental items. The golden light from the golden threads was so strong that it condensed the 5 elemental items together. Great! Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He didn't expect that the method he used to refine the flying shadow elixir could still be used now. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia again. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she ignored Xiao Hua. The entire Ice Phoenix avatar began to tremble violently, and slowly sank into her physical body. In just a moment, Fairy Hong Xia's pure white body emitted a holy light. Within this light, the hair that had been burnt off earlier slowly grew back. Moreover, within this light, a sparkling and translucent Ice Phoenix celestial body slowly rose up. It slowly spread its wings and slowly covered the entire mountain cave. The Ice Phoenix let out a soft, gentle cry that sounded both arrogant and as if it was whispering into one's ear. When Xiao Hua heard this cry, he felt as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart. He knew that the most difficult second stage had passed. Although there were still many secret techniques to refine the spirit body avatar in the future, those were secondary. Sure enough, Fairy Hong Xia no longer maintained her previous posture. Instead, she began to make all sorts of weird movements in the air. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body was also constantly changing. From time to time, it would let out a phoenix cry as if it was extremely happy. Another 81 days passed, and Xiao Hua didn't leave even a single step. He was always by Fairy Hong Xia's side. Not to mention cultivating, he couldn't even bear to blink his eyes. In the end, the Ice Phoenix avatar suddenly expanded in mid-air and entered Fairy Hong Xia's body. Fairy Hong Xia's face was filled with joy as she threw herself into Xiao Hua's embrace. A feeling of nirvana and rebirth arose in her heart, and it filled Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hong Xia, and his heart was filled with emotions. How could cultivation be done in a day? How could it be smooth sailing? Such a choice between life and death would probably be encountered frequently in the future. When Xiao Hua accompanied Fairy Hong Xia out of the cave, it was already a few days later. The entire valley was empty. Regardless of whether it was Zhu Xia, Li Zongbao, or Xiao Mao, they were all hiding in their own caves to cultivate. Even if Xiao Hua didn't set up the capital star array, no one would be able to spy on them. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept out, and the 3 of them were startled and walked out of their caves. Congratulations, elder sister. Zhu Xia skipped to Fairy Hong Xia's side, held her hand, and said with a smile. All right, I have to thank younger sister for your secret technique. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a smile as she said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. Zhu Xia hurriedly waved her hand. I'm still waiting for brother-in-law to help me. Don't worry. If you have any orders, this Xiao will do it. Since Zhu Xia had said it so clearly, how could Xiao Hua not express it? Now that things had developed to this point, even if Xiao Hua didn't want to help, he probably wouldn't be able to decline, right? Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Maro and Li Zongbao also came over and congratulated each other. Xiao Maro said in astonishment, Senior sister, you seem to be a little different from before. Not to mention that you are even more beautiful than before. This aura, this is indescribable. Is that so? Fairy Hongxia was the same as other female cultivators. She loved to hear others say that she was beautiful, and she couldn't help but be happy. Of course, Zhu Xia said proudly, elder sister is now a spiritual body. This spiritual body is formed from the Xiantian 5 elements, and the spiritual body is linked to the bloodline. Elder sister's physique and aptitude will also change under the influence of the spiritual body. Right now, this is just the beginning, and it is like changing to a new physical body. In the future, it will be even more different. As she said that, Zhu Xia seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at Xiao Hua. Indeed, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his face heating up. A new physical body, that is indeed true. Xiao Hua almost wanted to agree. Unfortunately, brother-in-law only has 3 of the 5 elements. If you have all 5 elements, elder sister's spiritual body will be complete. Elder sister's physical body will be even more. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, This is enough. There is no need to talk about complete or not. Without your blessing, elder sister can refine her spiritual body again. Hihi, elder sister's state of mind is so good. Zhu Xia laughed. This state of mind will allow you to go the furthest on the path of cultivation. Fairy Hongxia laughed. This state of mind was not obtained for free, it was exchanged with her life. Oh, by the way, elder sister, this flying shadow technique was given to elder sister by me. Elder sister, other than not being able to spread it to others, there is no need to avoid it from your family. Zhu Xia winked at Fairy Hongxia. Elder sister knows. Fairy Hongxia blushed. However, Xiao Hua pursed his lips. He knew what Zhu Xia meant, but he didn't say it out loud. He looked at the sky and said, Miss Zhu Xia, we have been waiting here for more than a year. Can we go to Million Mountain Meng now? If you want to go, then go. I just want to follow elder sister, Zhu Xia said with a smile. Please keep this capital star formation that belongs to you so that we can hurry on with our journey. Xiao Hua emphasized the words capital star formation that belongs to you. All right. Zhu Xia laughed and jumped up. She kept the capital star formation's talismans one by one with great familiarity. It seemed like she had already comprehended it and wanted to keep it. Sister, how do we go to Million Mountain Meng next? Fairy Hongxia knew Zhu Xia's ability and had to ask. Elder sister, just follow the previous arrangement. Zhu Xia looked at her talismans happily and said casually. She was like a young girl who had obtained her favorite item. She only had her mind on the talismans, why would she care about others? Alright. Fairy Hongxia was also helpless. She ordered Xiao Maro to bring out the drifting cloud flying ship. Everyone boarded the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked at the direction and led everyone towards the drifting cloud lake. -11. Chapter 2804. Fairy Hongxia never expected that the journey to Million Meng Mountains would be peaceful, and she was even prepared to fight. However, the journey from Sword Edge Peak to Drifting Cloud Lake was not a peaceful one. Although Fairy Hongxia had Xiao Hua and the mysterious Zhu Xia by her side, she still felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Yes, it was the same as what Xiao Hua saw before he met Zhu Xia. Millions of Meng Mountain's soul cultivators riding on soul beasts were fighting with the sword cultivators of Huan Country near Sword Edge Peak. Although the scale of the battle was not as large as the one between Dao sect cultivators and sword cultivators, there were many battlefields. Every battlefield had thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Adding them all up, Huan country had sent a lot of swordsmen. Li Zongbao and Xiao Maro controlled the drifting cloud airship and weaved between the battlefields. From time to time, they would be attacked by the flying swords of the sword cultivators and even the soul weapons of the soul cultivators. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was on board the airship. The flying swords and soul weapons were easily blocked by Xiao Hua and covered the group as they flew towards drifting Cloud Lake. After passing through the battlefields of the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, there were new changes on the icy plains. When Fairy Hong Xia flew over from drifting Cloud Lake, although she was in a hurry, their impression was that there were only barren mountains and icy plains below the airship. They did not see any swordsmen of Huan country. But now, there were many figures. There were even some simple wooden huts and sheds built on the side of the icy lake. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest could tell with their divine sense that these people were no less than the sword cultivators of Huan country. They were the kind of soul cultivators who looked dark and thin, with strange runes on their bodies and strange headwear on their head. What is going on? Fairy Hong Xia was completely stunned. When the airship stabilized, she turned to Li Zongbao and asked. Li Zongbao also frowned. He was not like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not care about the great battle of Dao and sword and even turned a deaf ear to it. However, Li Zongbao was different. His master was a Jindan master in the conference hall, and he was on duty as a Jindan. He played a decisive role in the great battle of Dao and sword. Therefore, Li Zongbao's vision, thinking, and planning were higher than Xiao Hua's. Of course, it could also be said that his scruples and considerations were different from Xiao Hua's. If he were to encounter Tu Hong, his methods would definitely be different. Even if he could kill Tu Hong's cultivation, he would definitely not assassinate him, because killing Tu Hong would cause irreversible damage to the war between Dao cultivators. Naturally, this was also the reason why Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zongbao instead of Xiao Hua. The sword cultivators of Huan country seemed to be planning far ahead. Li Zongbao sighed. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not only affect my Dao sect, but also the sword cultivators of Huan country. Not only are they eyeing the territories of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are also eyeing millions of Meng mountains. Looks like they have suffered a setback, and were even attacked by millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Alas, that's right. The change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is no less than an abnormal disaster for us cultivators. All of us want to break through before the change is complete, and go as far as we can. During this period of time with Li Zongbao, Xiao Maro had heard a lot of things from Li Zongbao, so he had some insights. Looks like the sword cultivators of Huan country are even more anxious than us. Their Huan country has very few spirit stone veins to begin with, and after failing to seize the spirit veins of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are now eyeing the soul cultivators. Strange. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia nod her head slightly, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Why aren't millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains attacking Huan country? Are all of you thinking that the sword cultivators are invading Meng mountains? Hee, junior brother. Although you see the soul cultivators invading Huan country, there is no reason for them to invade Huan country. Li Zongbao glanced at the silent Zhu Xia and tried to explain to Xiao Hua. Facing Zhu Xia, who was known to be everywhere, Li Zongbao felt a little guilty. What do you mean? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. It's very simple. First, junior brother, take a look at the climate around here. Is it different from the climate when we were fighting the swordsmen? Li Zongbao said patiently. Oh, yes. Xiao Hua nodded. The days here are very long, and the nights are also very long. We can have a good sleep. Fat. Fairy Hong Xia didn't say anything, but Zhu Xia laughed first. Her curved eyes were like an intoxicating deep pool. That's one thing. Another thing is that it's not as cold as before. There are ice lakes and vegetation on the icy plains, Li Zongbao said with a smile. This means that the closer we are to Meng Mountains, the warmer the weather. Why do you think millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains don't live in such a good place, but come to Huan country where not even a blade of grass grows? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Li Zongbao was right. This is secondary. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, as far as I know, soul cultivators don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to cultivate. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have no effect on soul cultivators. Why would millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains attack Huan country at this time for no reason? If they could break into Huan country, they would have done so long ago. Huan country's swordsmen have been confronting soul cultivators for many years, and have never been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the war between the two sides, they might not have been chased to this place. Moreover, in my opinion, when the war in Huan country comes to an end, Huan country's swordsmen will be able to concentrate on dealing with soul cultivators. The millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains will be blocked by Sword Edge Peak at most. If that's the case, the millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains may not be able to defeat Sword Edge Peak. Xiao Maro laughed. If Huan country is like that, those who wear such revealing clothes will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Miss Zhu Xia, do you think I'm right? Li Zongbao said and looked at Zhu Xia. Oh, these. Zhu Xia narrowed her eyes and smiled. These are all the thoughts of you stinky men. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how to get brother-in-law to help me. Once brother-in-law solves my big problem, I'll be free of worries. Brother-in-law even gave me a second-grade flying shadow pill. I'm still thinking about using it. Oh, Li Zongbao was a little disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Junior sister, if that's the case, I'm afraid our route to Drifting Cloud Lake will have to be slightly modified. Millimeter, I understand. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If we follow the previous route, we'll definitely encounter many soul cultivators. Their soul techniques are unpredictable. Although we have Xiao Maro to protect us, it'll still be troublesome. Fairy Hongxia took out a jade amulet and looked at it carefully for a while. Then, she pointed at it and said, let's go in that direction. Understood. Xiao Maro replied. He then activated the flowing cloud flying ship and left. -11. Chapter 2805. Xiao Hua sat on the airship in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was the difference between going in one direction and going in another in this high altitude. Moreover, how could they come and go as they pleased in such an unfamiliar place? As Fairy Hongxia had said, the number of soul cultivators they had encountered along the way was much lower than it had been before. Xiao Hua was speechless. He wanted to ask about it, but when he saw Zhu Xia's knowing smile, he thought, fine, let's not ask about it, okay? Drifting Cloud Lake was actually not a lake, but a huge deep pit. There seemed to be something strange about this deep pit. There was a lot of light smoke seeping out from the bottom and walls of the pit, covering the entire deep pit. Moreover, the light smoke was coming out from the pit and slowly drifting in the air like a cloud. That was why it was named Drifting Cloud Lake. It was night when Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Drifting Cloud Lake. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was unknown whether it was because of the dark clouds or because it was not yet time. There were no stars in the sky, and everything was quiet. Only the occasional bonfire on the ground gave out a few rays of light. Several people sat on the airship and watched the light smoke dance in the air like countless beautiful women. After admiring it for a moment, they controlled the airship to glide in the night, flying toward the mountain range in the distance of Drifting Cloud Lake. There's someone here. Xiao Hua stared at the mountain range in the distance like a monster. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the right of the airship. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads as well. Several divine senses swept in that direction at the same time. Sure enough, a few dark figures suddenly appeared in midair, heading in the same direction as Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao and the others scanned the area with their divine will, those few figures were alerted as well, and sent their divine will over as well. Seeing that there was actually a flying boat with a few Dao sect cultivators on it, the few figures were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to see people here, let alone Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the figures hovering in the air, Xiao Hua smiled. These people were all dressed in black, not in sword attire. However, there were faint, almost invisible sword lights flashing under their feet. If they were not sword cultivators, who could they be? What was the purpose of these sword cultivators heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night? Just thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt that it was interesting. It's him. At this moment, Li Zongbao gritted his teeth with hatred. Oh, who is he? Xiao Hua was a little curious. Although these people were very far away, when he scanned them with his divine perception, he found that their faces were unfamiliar. Xiao Hua had never seen them before. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Lu Ruochang laid down the fourth sword formation of the Four Directions sword formation. Fairy Hong Xia also came to a realization as she whispered, the fourth array is a spirit array. The person in charge of the array is the one in front. That day, he came with the intention of killing all the disciples of the Dao sect who survived the spirit-devouring array. However, the sword catacomb changed, and the sword cultivator's four-square sword formation was disrupted by Junior Uncle Wu Ming's pregnant baby, and that strange dragon roar. The soul formation was broken before it could be used. Who knows where the soul cultivator in charge of the formation went? Xiao Maro gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to see him here. He's a swordsman, not a soul warrior. Xiao Hua nodded. But, it seems like, he knows soul techniques. They're coming. Xiao Maro was a little nervous, as if he still had some lingering fear of what happened in the sword catacomb. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts, and only asked coldly. This. Although Li Zongbao had a deep impression of Yi Yu, but, after all, after Yi Yu had appeared, he had not started killing the Dao sect's disciples before being messed up by Xiao Hua. Speaking of which, Yi Yu had not really contributed in the great battle of the Sword Tomb. What troubled Li Zongbao the most was that they had come to the Huan Kingdom under the slogan of gaining experience. They had even said that they had already left the Great War of Dao and Sword, and that they could not be viewed as enemies just because of the Great War of Dao and Sword. But now that they had met their old enemies on the battlefield, how could they go back on their words and draw their weapons to meet them? Fairy Hong Xia seemed to have thought of this as well, and looked at Xiao Hua with a troubled expression. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua frowned. It's up to you. Let's wait and see. Fairy Hong Xia sighed, and ordered Xiao Maro to stop the flying boat in midair. In the night, Yi Yu and the others almost blended into the night, and quietly flew to the front of the flying boat. Yi Yu stopped a few feet away, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm Yi Yu, I wonder if you... Hey! At this point, Yi Yu paused, and was a little surprised. But then he asked curiously, I seem to have seen you before. Could it be that you participated in the sword catacomb battle? Yi Yu. Your eyesight is not bad. Li Zongbao took half a step forward, and stood at the edge of the flying boat. He said coldly, we are the Dao sect disciples who survived the square sword formation. I'm Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Previously, in the spirit-devouring array, I saw you standing on the soul weapon heroically. I see. Yi Yu's tone had returned to its previous calmness, and he said lightly, that was then, and this is now. Back then, you and I were enemies, and any means were not excessive. It's normal for me to kill you in the soul weapon formation, or for you to kill me. And now, you all, are you here to tour the Hung country? If this you were to kill all of you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? Now that you've come here, it seems, that you have this idea. Xiao Maro sneered. Are you also a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Maro and said coldly, why would I want to kill you? It's just a piece of cake. How can a few cultivators in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage be a match for my third-grade illusory sword? Also, there's a mysterious soul cultivation art. Xiao Maro also retorted sarcastically, you're a rare genius who cultivates both sword and soul. Not at all, I'm not as good as you. Yi Yu sneered, A kid in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage of the Utopia faction dares to be arrogant in front of me. If it weren't for your traveling, I would have killed you here. I'm Xiao Maro from the Xuanyan school. Xiao Maro sneered, if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't find any excuses. Xiao Maro from the Xuanyan school? Nameless people. Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Hua, Hongxia Fairy, and Juxia, and asked indifferently, who are you? We're even more nameless people. Xiao Hua said lazily, you've never heard of us even if we tell you, so it's better not to say it. All right. I've never had the habit of forcing others. Yi Yu was not angry. He just cupped his hands and said, millions of Meng mountains are just ahead. Even sword cultivators like us don't dare to enter without permission. If you want to travel, you can stop here. Sword cultivators don't dare to enter without permission, but what about you? Are you going to millions of Meng mountains? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Yi Yu sneered, you should worry about yourselves. I'm curious. Now that the Hung country is at war with the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains, what are you planning to do by entering millions of Meng mountains at night? Could there be another soul formation in millions of Meng mountains? Li Zongbao asked. Do you want to die? Yi Yu sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Although I don't bully the weak, if I'm provoked, I won't show mercy even if it's a senior, let alone a junior. Here, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, why am I telling you so much? Whether millions of Meng mountains are auspicious or inauspicious, you know as well as I do. I'm just advising you out of kindness because I was forced to kill some creatures in the sword catacomb battle. As for where you go, it's none of my business. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, leading a few people who were dressed in black like him and whose faces were almost unrecognizable, flying towards millions of Meng mountains. Hey! This Yi Yu seems interesting. Xiao Maro was a little stunned. It doesn't seem as fierce as I imagined. Could it be that he was really forced to do it in the sword catacomb battle? Or, TSK, just listen to his nonsense. Li Zongbao sneered, how can a soul cultivator who can control souls be easy to deal with? If that's the case, why would Lu Ruochang put him in the last layer of the Four Directions sword formation? The original plan of the soul formation was to kill all the cultivators of my Dao sect. Hehe, Li Zongbao is right. Juxia, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile, you've been in the sword domain for a few years and killed so many third-grade illusory swords, and Xiao Hua was able to escape from the hands of a transformed sword. This Yi you didn't care about it before, but now that he met you, how could he not know where you came from? How could he not plan how to deal with you? Your fierce reputation forced him to take the initiative to come here. He was afraid that you would take the initiative to attack him, and he felt that he couldn't win against you. That's why he talked to you as a powerhouse, to make you feel that you can't fight with him. That's true. Xiao Maro suddenly realized. If it weren't for senior brother Li's kindness. Xiao Hua sneered, who cares what he said? Kill them all. It's not that easy. Juxia smiled. Before he came, he had already planned it out. Didn't you hear him mention your training? First, he cut off the reason for you to attack him. This person is so cunning. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. He only stopped in midair for a moment, and he actually thought of so many things. This person is really powerful. In the future, when we fight with him, we have to be careful. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua sneered, if it was me, I would directly kill him without a second word. Brother-in-law. Juxia rebuked, sister is right. Things in this world can't be solved completely by killing, just like this sword battle. Why don't you just take out your transformed sword and nascent soul, and you kill me and I kill you? Why do you have to separate Jindan and illusory swords, nascent soul and transformed sword? Why do you need spirit stone veins and other schemes to lure the snake out of its hole? -11. Chapter 2806. Juxia spoke up for Fairy Hongxia, but Xiao Hua and the rest did not know how to reply. This was because Juxia was always able to convince people with her words, leaving them speechless. Xiao Hua was helpless and said half-heartedly, however, All schemes and tricks are useless in front of cultivation and strength. Brother-in-law is right. But in this world, who dares to say that their strength is unrivaled? Zhu Xia seemed to be hurt by Xiao Hua's words as she said faintly, even those who can step into the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage would not dare to be as arrogant as brother-in-law. After all, there is always someone better than you. If you are careless. Zhu Xia's voice was so sad that everyone felt sorry for her. Fairy Hong Xia quickly reached out her hand and said, "Sister, sigh. It's all my fault." Zhu Xia quickly plastered a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yu, who was disappearing into the night, and said, "Of course, if brother-in-law was facing this weak soul cultivator, he would be able to say the same thing." Zhu Xia's forced smile made everyone's heart soften. No one had the heart to say anything. Zhu Xia blinked her eyes and said, "However, this is the time when sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Yi Yu is heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to follow him?" Xiao Hua and the rest came back to their senses. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "This Yi Yu is so mysterious. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no reason for me to go looking for trouble. Besides, he is a swordsman. His dealings with soul cultivators have nothing to do with me. We still have important matters to attend to." Hihi, fine. Little sister was a little curious at first. However, since elder sister and brother-in-law are not going, I will not go either, Zhu Xia said with a smile. Her smile made everyone happy. "Let's wait for a while." Fairy Hong Xia waved her hand and said, "We will enter Million Meng Mountains after Yi Yu leaves. Can't we go somewhere else?" Xiao Hua casually pointed at other places. "Aren't they all mountains?" "There is no difference. Million Meng Mountains is a taboo for sword cultivators and soul cultivators. There must be something powerful about it. That is what is recorded in the jade of my Cai family. It is better to follow orders." Fairy Hong Xia shook her head slightly, denying Xiao Hua's risk. "Big brother, after thinking about it, I feel that this night rain is a little strange." While they were waiting, Xiao Maro whispered to Xiao Hua, "He is a sword cultivator, a great enemy of ours. Although he has some misgivings and doesn't dare to attack us, Millions of Meng Mountains is a dangerous place. How could he kindly warn us? He's probably looking forward to us dying here, isn't he? I reckon he's just a hypocrite," Fairy Hong Xia whispered back. "This night rain, he wants us to follow him into Million Meng Mountains," Zhu Xia said calmly. "How is that possible?" Xiao Maro was dumbfounded. "No matter how stupid we are, we can't possibly follow him." "That's right, this is where Night Rain's trick lies," Zhu Xia said. "Since we are standing in front of Drifting Cloud Lake, there are two possibilities. One is that we are just passing by, and the other is that we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains. However, there are two possibilities for entering Millions of Meng Mountains. One is that we already know the route, and the other is that we are here by chance. Then, if it is an ordinary enemy who wants to take our lives, but is afraid of dying, he will naturally have to borrow Millions of Meng Mountains. But everyone knows how dangerous Millions of Meng Mountains are. Even if he wants to bewitch us, we won't enter Millions of Meng Mountains. Therefore, the enemy didn't even mention Millions of Meng Mountains, and was even vague about his purpose. And just now, Night Rain didn't even hesitate to tell us that Millions of Meng Mountains is in front of us, and that it is extremely dangerous. He doesn't want us to take the risk. Firstly, it gives us the demeanor of an elder, and secondly, it's a way to show off. He can go to such a dangerous place, but we can't. If there are people with extreme personalities, they will definitely rush into Millions of Meng Mountains on impulse. Of course, we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, but we don't necessarily have a safe route. Now that he has warned us in advance, the hint in his words is that if he can enter Millions of Meng Mountains, he has a safe route. Even if we don't want to go the same way as him, we might already agree with his route in our hearts, and most likely follow him in. Outside of Millions of Meng Mountains, he might not be able to deal with brother-in-law's divine ability, but once we enter, he might have a way to deal with us. We are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, so of course we have a route. Why would we follow him? Xiao Maro said disdainfully. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to refute Juxia. He can't read our minds. Of course, he won't know what we are thinking, Juxia said with a smile. Why doesn't he try? Besides, if we don't follow him, he will know that we are really going to millions of Meng mountains, and have other matters to attend to. We are not just passing by, and we are not going to train in Huan Kingdom like you said before, right? So, that's the reason. Fairy Hongxia was suddenly enlightened. Night Rain's words were full of schemes. Even people like Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao didn't seem to think so much. But everyone was confused again. Li Zongbao asked, "Are we that important?" "But, even if we don't have a route in advance, we won't go with him," Xiao Maro said, still unconvinced. "Maybe." Juxia shrugged. His manner was similar to Xiao Hua's, but he looked much more carefree than Xiao Hua. He is just taking a gamble. Whether you can go or not, he might not even care. Xiao Maro was speechless. Juxia was not easy to convince. Besides, this is just some idle chatter while we are waiting. I hope you don't mind it. After Juxia concluded, Xiao Maro almost fell to the ground. "Millimeter, let's go," Fairy Hongxia urged at an inappropriate time. "Night Rain has nothing to do with us. No matter what he is thinking, we have nothing to do with him. Don't bother with him." "All right." Xiao Maro was a little unwilling, but until now, he still couldn't pierce through Juxia's mask of omniscience. He had no choice but to follow Juxia's instructions and fly towards millions of Meng mountains. Just as Juxia said, after Night Rain flew into millions of Meng mountains, he didn't go far. Instead, he used his divine ability and hid somewhere, as if he was waiting for Xiao Hua and the others. After a long time, one of the subordinates became impatient. He asked tactfully, "Master, why are we waiting here? If Master is willing, you could have just killed these Dao sect cultivators at Drifting Cloud Lake. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" "What do you know?" Yi Yu laughed icily, but there was no trace of impatience on his face. "These Dao sect cultivators are clearly the terrifying Phoenix and the rest who have recently become famous in the Sword region. I don't have any confidence in being able to kill them. Can you do it?" Even with Master's ability, you don't have the confidence. How can we do it?" That person smiled charmingly and whispered, "However, Master's eyesight is really sharp. You only saw these people once in the Sword Catacomb battle, but you have such a deep impression of them. You really make us admire you." "What do you know?" Night Rain sneered. "During the Sword Catacomb battle, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. How can I recognize each and every one of them? I'm just trying to deceive them. If I don't take the initiative to go over, they will really attack. The situation is worrying. How is that possible?" Another swordsman was unwilling to fall behind. He hurriedly came over and whispered, "I heard from the side that Master has been enduring silently. I've made preparations to kill them all." "You?" Night Rain sneered, "I'm afraid even 10 of you are no match for them, but they saw our whereabouts. How can we let them go?" The swordsman from before was somewhat puzzled. "Perhaps we don't have to kill them. They will die on their own." At this point, Night Rain's expression was somewhat absent-minded as he looked into the distance. "Master, do you think they will follow us?" Another person asked with some apprehension. "I'd rather they follow us." Night Rain hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Then, he said in an even lower voice, "If they don't follow us, then it will be troublesome." However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Hua's airship still hadn't appeared in their field of vision. Yi Yu didn't dare to release her divine sense, so after thinking for a moment, she ordered another person, Go back and check their whereabouts. Quickly report back." Yes. That person did not dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew into the distance. Not long after, that person turned back. Night Rain obviously attached great importance to this matter. He hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "Master, there are no traces of those cultivators near Drifting Cloud Lake." If they did not leave Drifting Cloud Lake and go to the other side of Sword Domain, then they must have entered Million Mountain Meng, How could they have gone to Drifting Cloud Lake for the so-called travel? Night Rain sneered. It seems that he has discovered the secret. He has already come to Million Mountain Meng to find the clues of that year. Master. The few people were somewhat puzzled. Forget it. Since he dares to chase after us, how can I let him go? Night Rain sneered. How many years has it been? Finally. At this point, Night Rain stopped abruptly. He looked at the sky and said coldly, "Let's go, we are going to Shi by Inner Stockade." Master. Without waiting for Night Rain to fly up, the two swordsmen hurriedly said, "Shi by Inner Stockade. Is it a place where Master can go now?" Right now, Million Mountain Meng is at war with Sword Domain. It is already not easy for Master to come to Million Mountain Meng. If you come in contact with the people of Shi by Inner Stockade, you will be easily used by the other swordsmen of Sword Domain. That's right, Master. It was not easy for our Flying Dragon Sword sect to revive in Sword Domain. It was not easy for us to get the dragon platform in our hands again. This great situation did not come easily. You must think more about it. When Night Rain heard this, he also hesitated. Besides, Master does not see G-Man for the new year. G-Man did not seem to have summoned Master. If Master does not summon G-Man, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Master. -11. Chapter 2807. PH, she's just a G-Man. Does she really think she's a princess? Yiyu sneered. I've only taken a fancy to. Hehe, my lord, you're thinking too much. Before Yiyu could finish, another swordsman hurriedly interrupted him. We have an important matter to attend to today. My lord, please think about it carefully. Fine. Yiyu frowned slightly and whispered, 6. You have some connections in the Meng Mountains. I'll entrust this matter to you. Find out where these cultivators are going and follow them closely. Remember, don't let them discover you and... Then, he whispered a lot more. Hearing this, the other swordsman avoided him, not daring to listen carefully. The swordsman named 6 listened for a long time and nodded a few times. Then, he stepped on his sword and left. Yiyu and the others continued to move forward, but obviously, Yiyu was not as calm as before. Occasionally, he would look back, as if he was thinking about something. Little did Xiao Hua and his men know that their trip to Meng Mountains had actually caused Yiyu a great confusion. The 5 of them had been flying on the flying ship for nearly half a day, but they still didn't see any ambush from Yiyu and his men. When they saw a mountain range filled with withered branches in front of them, they stopped the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked ahead and pursed her lips. It seems we shouldn't enter the Meng Mountains like this, right? Haha, of course. Xiao Hua looked at himself, then at the others, and laughed. We are obviously cultivators of the Dao sect. Won't we be targeted if we enter the Meng Mountains? But what if we change? Xiao Maro was a little distressed. I've never seen the appearance of the soul cultivators in the Meng Mountains. But at this point, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Mao's face. Who said they had never seen them before? Along the way, they had seen many soul cultivators and swordsmen fighting each other. How could they not know what a soul cultivator looked like? However, if they had to dress up in such a strange manner, how could they do it? Can we? Li Zongbao was still a little hopeful. If we sneak in like this, they might not know. Let's change our appearance. Zhu Xia smiled. The divine abilities of soul cultivators are not something we can guess. Flying in the air is far safer than hiding in the Meng Mountains. Modification? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Zhu Xia smiling as she took out some clothes that didn't look strange, he came to a realization. According to what I know, within these millions of Meng Mountains, there are not only those weird-looking savages. There are still some people who look normal to us. Zhu Xia said with a smile, I collected these clothes in my early years. They're similar to those worn by soul cultivators, right? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Xiao Mao, after looking at the clothes in Zhu Xia's hands, couldn't believe what Zhu Xia said. After all, Zhu Xia's ability to predict the future was too powerful. Xiao Mao almost thought that Zhu Xia had predicted that they would definitely enter Million Men Meng Mountains. Let's just wear it. Fairy Hong Xia was not suspicious at all. She took the clothes from Zhu Xia and said, "Didn't you see that night's rain? His clothes are also different from ordinary sword cultivators. What he's wearing should be what soul cultivators usually wear." When everyone changed into their clothes, they were all elated. Li Zongbao and the others were wearing jackets on their upper bodies and ordinary trousers on their lower bodies. However, the trousers were shorter than the ordinary ones, exposing their feet and calves. Furthermore, he was wearing something that looked like a sack on his head, which made him look very strange. Fairy Hong Xia's clothes were different. She was wearing a beautiful red robe with many folds. On the folds, there were patterns of nymphs and eggs. Although the patterns were strange, the colors were colorful. Coupled with the green skirt and the exposed snow-white calves, it was exceptionally beautiful. Good Tilda seeing Fairy Hong Xia finish changing, Zhu Xia clapped her hands and laughed. "Big sister, after changing into these clothes, you look very similar to G-Man in Hun Stockade. You're incomparably beautiful." After saying that, she slapped her forehead and took out a red flower crown from her storage pouch. She called out, "Big sister, don't forget this." As she said that, she put it on Fairy Hong Xia's head. The flowers on the flower crown were extraordinarily beautiful. Together with Fairy Hong Xia's snow-white skin, a strange kind of beauty arose spontaneously. Good Tilda Xiao Maro praised, "Senior sister, after dressing up, you look even more beautiful than before. If the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains were even 10% as beautiful as you, the cultivators of Dao sect would not see them as barbarians." "What's G-Man?" Li Zongbao glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and asked Zhu Xia, "Also, is Hun Stockade a place where soul cultivators gather?" "Oh, these, you don't know?" Zhu Xia was slightly surprised. Fairy Hong Xia's face was flushed with shyness. She said in a low voice, "We came to Million Meng Mountains based on the records of our clan's Yuzhong. We thought it would be like the 10 perilous lands in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. We could either use our cultivation to force our way in, or secretly follow the route recorded by our ancestors. But we didn't expect that soul cultivators would fight with sword cultivators. We also didn't expect." "Hehe, I understand now. Actually, you didn't prepare well. I'm afraid you used the opportunity of the Dao Sword War to come to Million Meng Mountains, right?" Zhu Xia said with a smile before Fairy Hong Xia could finish. "That's true." Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. "Besides, the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains are really far away from our Shi kingdom. We can't meet them normally. The records of our clan are missing." Fairy Hong Xia stopped talking. Xiao Hua knew that even if the Cai clan of Qingyang had a complete record, Fairy Hong Xia might not be able to see it. "Actually, I don't know much about Million Meng Mountains," Zhu Xia said with a smile. "It's just that I've always liked to hunt for novelties. I've read a lot of ancient books, so I know a little about it." As she said that, Zhu Xia stretched out her little finger and made a small fingernail. The crescent moon on the fingernail was unusually beautiful. "Then tell me," Fairy Hong Xia said with a smile, "save us the trouble of not knowing what Million Meng Mountains looks like after coming here. Million Meng Mountains is huge. As for how big it is, no one seems to know." The corners of Zhu Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. He said, "But on the side adjacent to the sword domain, there are many natives gathered. Everyone has seen how these natives look like before. They are the kind that fight with swordsmen. These natives are different from sword cultivators and cultivators. They're born with the power of soul cultivators. Almost every one of them is a soul warrior. It's just that the distance they can go on the path of soul cultivation is different. All of the natives live in a village. This village is called the Soul Village. Actually, according to the records, soul cultivators are not called soul villages, but shaman villages. Among the natives living in shaman villages, not all of them are uncivilized. After so many years, many of them have learned etiquette, shame, and how to cultivate. Those who walk in front of the ordinary natives are called shamans or soul warriors. In the battle we saw earlier, the commander should be the so-called shamans. These shamans are the real soul cultivators. Every shaman village naturally has a leader. just like the clan leader of a Daoist family or the head of a sect. They are called shaman elders. Shaman elders have supreme authority in the shaman village and can do whatever they want. No one can control them, Zhu Xia said again. Besides shaman elders, the most respected person in the entire shaman village is G-Man. This G-Man is usually the daughter of shaman elders. If shaman elders don't have a daughter, they have to appoint a woman to be G-Man. Hey! Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, since G-Man is the most respected person besides shaman elders, then what happens after shaman elders die? Or, the next generation shaman elders? Hihi, who told you that shaman elders have to be a man? Zhu Xia laughed. Shaman elders can also be a woman. Oh, so. G-Man became shaman elders when she grew old. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but then he asked again, shaman elders are women, G-Man is also a woman, then, where did they come from? What about G-Man's father? Hihi, I didn't say that shaman elders have to be a woman. Zhu Xia said slyly again, shaman elders have both males and females. The male baby that G-Man gives birth to will be shaman elders in the future. The female baby that G-Man gives birth to will be G-Man in the future. When G-Man grows up, she naturally has to find Fu-Man. The child of Fu-Man and G-Man is shaman elder or G-Man. When shaman elder grows up, he naturally has to find Fu-Ji. The daughter of shaman elder and Fu-Ji is shaman elder or G-Man. Zhu Xia's words were like the tinkling of a clear spring. What G-Man, Fu-Man, Fu-Ji, shaman elder? Although Xiao Hua heard it very pleasing to the ear, his mind was already in a mess. He was already vague about the seniority, and now he was even more confused. But Zhu Xia still didn't let them go, and continued, also, I heard that in some inner village, that G-Man is even more important than shaman elders. G-Man's daughter, stop. Xiao Hua didn't wait for Zhu Xia to finish, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, whatever they do in the shaman village has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xia covered her mouth and laughed, almost rocking back and forth. What else? Fairy Hong Xia also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked. Unexpectedly, looking at everyone's questions, Zhu Xia said in a serious tone, there are other things, I don't know. That's all? Xiao Maro couldn't believe it, and blurted out. Yes. Zhu Xia shook her head and said, when I saw this, my head felt like it was going to explode, so I didn't continue reading. You didn't make a copy of the jade slip? Xiao Maro asked with a look of disappointment on his face. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are really far away from Shi. Normally, we can't even meet. Why would I make a copy of this jade slip? Zhu Xia imitated Fairy Hong Xia's words, and said word by word. -11. Chapter 2808. Looking at Zhu Xia's adorable face and her slightly strange eyes, how could Xiao Maro blame her? Forget it, let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, this shaman village has nothing to do with us anyway. We just need to follow the previous route and slowly find, it's all there is to it. Zhu Xia held Fairy Hong Xia's arm and both of them landed on the mountain range. Li Zongbao and the other two landed in front of them. The place where the five of them landed was a vague mountain path with some soil and sand. However, the place where they landed was soft and seemed to be unusually damp. This million Meng Mountains is indeed a little strange. Xiao Hua looked down and squatted down. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of soil to examine. This soil was extremely loose, it seemed to be in the form of granules. Every slightly larger granule had some faint green color, it seemed to be moss, but also like green plants. As for the sand mixed in the soil, it also flickered with a faint green color, it seemed that there were some crystal grains within. However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, there were no fluctuations, it was just ordinary sand. Big brother, what are you doing? Xiao Maro did not land on the ground, but stood in the void and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just saw the withered branches all over the mountain and saw that the soil was very damp. I felt strange. Xiao Hua threw away the soil and sand in his hand and stood in the air. He clapped his hands and said calmly, The trees should be lush in a damp place. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Mao did not ask any more questions. After all, cultivators already knew a lot about spiritual herbs. How could they know about agriculture? However, Zhu Xia, who was flying behind the group, trembled violently and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Fairy Hong Xia naturally felt Zhu Xia's strange movement and turned to look at her strangely. However, Zhu Xia only smiled sweetly and did not explain anything. The group flew slowly for 2 hours and did not meet any soul cultivators, nor did they encounter any danger. The faint path under their feet became more obvious, and beside the path, there were more withered plants. Unlike the mountain ranges in the kingdom of Xi, these millions of Meng mountains did not have a lot of green grass. Instead, they were filled with thorns that stuck to the ground and stuck close to the ground. These thorns had some thorns, but at the same time, there were also some green leaves. Among the green leaves, there were even some fruits that were smaller than grains of sand. There weren't many large trees in the mountain range. Occasionally, there would be some trees that were slightly taller, but they were not taller than a foot. The tree trunks were extremely thick, and there were many branches on the tree trunks. However, these branches were somewhat dry, and were faintly dyed with a withered yellow color. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Behind them, a wisp of white appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to rise from the horizon. Hey! The rotation of day and night in this place has returned to normal? Xiao Hua turned his head and gazed towards the east, suddenly coming to a realization. Aya, brother-in-law. Zhu Xia rebuked, we've already flown very far from here from the sword edge peak of the sword domain. In terms of direction, we're leaning towards the southwest, so we're naturally far away from the extreme north of the sword domain. Where is the polar night and polar day? Oh, so it's called polar night and polar day. Xiao Hua nodded his head, it sounds quite similar. Of course Zhu Xia curled her lips, no longer paying any attention to Xiao Hua, this directionally challenged idiot. Everyone continued to fly forward. When the sun rose, the road beneath their feet and what they could see with their naked eyes didn't change much. These millions of Meng mountains were really big. Although they didn't fly with all their strength, after flying for nearly 2 hours, they could only see continuous hills rising and falling one after another. There were also endless peaks in front of them, as if there was no end to it. Chirp chirp tilde a few sharp cries came from the valley to their right. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Hua saw a few wild beasts that were slightly bigger than hamsters burrowing out from the ground of the valley. They were extremely fast as they skimmed through the sand and rushed to the front of those withered plants. They stuck their heads out to look around, then opened their mouths and bit onto those tiny fruits. Chirp chirp tilde a few more cries rang out. Not far from these wild beasts, a few more similar beasts appeared. They were also burrowing out at an extremely fast speed, but their target was a few short plants. These few plants were only as tall as a palm, and there were 2 strands of something that looked like wheat growing on them. Those things were also withered, but these wild beasts didn't mind biting them in half, then opened their mouths and carefully ate them. With these wild beasts, I'm afraid there will be natives or soul warriors appearing soon. While thinking, Xiao Hua slowly released his Buddhist sense. However, after releasing it for a few miles, he found something strange. He immediately retracted his Buddhist sense, then looked at Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, and said, "Senior brother, there are a few millions of natives in Meng Mountains ahead, how should we deal with them?" Since entering the millions of Meng Mountains, Li Zongbao didn't speak anymore, as if he had something on his mind. Now that Xiao Hua asked him about it, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Xia, who was flying behind him. You should ask the ubiquitous Miss Zhu Xia about this. We are ignorant and inexperienced, how can we know? Actually, Zhu Xia looked ahead and said in a low voice, we should go and meet them. After all, there will be more natives in the future. However, at the very beginning, it's better for us to hide ourselves. After saying that, Zhu Xia pulled Fairy Hong Xia and flew to the side of the mountain path. With a wave of her hand, a strange light flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Oh right, I heard that the millions of natives in Meng Mountains, no matter if they are soul warriors or not, can sense the aura of living people. If you want to avoid them early, you should also stay far away from the mountain path. Zhu Xia's giggling voice was far away from where they disappeared. Let's hide first. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and said in a low voice. Actually, we don't need to prepare for this. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, we should speed up and fly low. Doesn't junior sister have the root in the jade amulet? We won't meet these natives. Zhu Xia might have her reasons for doing this. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, the situation in Meng Mountains is different from before. It's better to be cautious. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains have pushed the front line into Huan Kingdom. Now that we're already within the millions of Meng Mountains, we're right behind those soul cultivators. There's no need to be so cautious. Xiao Maro said in an unconvinced tone. Let's wait and see. Xiao Hua was still very impressed with Zhu Xia's ability, so he could only wave his hand and say. Li Zongbao and Xiao Maro naturally had invisibility talismans. After flying far away from the mountain path, they casually activated them and their figures slowly disappeared. Xiao Hua was beside them, also using invisibility talismans. After half a meal's time, several natives similar to the ones they saw before appeared in their field of vision. These aborigines held wooden poles in their hands. Their stature varied, but they were all dark and skinny. Their dark skin didn't have any patterns like the aborigines who were fighting. However, their exposed waists and abdomens were clearly protruding ribs. Their thin and skinny legs didn't seem to have any flesh, only a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. It looked very frightening. As these natives got closer and closer, a burst of unintelligible whimpering sounds came from the distance. Moreover, these natives were constantly gesturing, as if they were arguing about something. When these natives were about to pass by the place where Xiao Hua and the others were flying, they all stopped at the same time and looked around inexplicably. Their noses were even twitching as they pointed in all directions. Suddenly, these natives' skeleton-like faces showed joy at the same time. They turned towards the direction of Xiao Hua and the others and threw out the wooden poles in their hands almost at the same time. 4 to 5 wooden poles drew beautiful arcs in the air and landed between the vines of the mountain path about 100 zhong away. The wooden poles' heads pierced deeply into the mountain path, and the entire wooden pole was still shaking in the air. Woo-woo tilde the natives let out strange cries and quickly rushed over from the mountain path. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely terrifying. When these natives arrived at the place where the wooden poles were, they each reached out and pulled out their own wooden poles from the ground. Among the 5 wooden poles, 3 of the sharp points were poked into the mouse-like wild animals that Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. At this moment, these wild animals were still struggling, powerlessly twisting on the sharp points of the wooden poles. Black and red blood dripped down the wooden poles. The 3 natives who picked up the wooden poles reached out and grabbed the wild animals in their hands. They held them tightly and then greedily stuck out their tongues, licking the blood that was still flowing from the sharp points of the wooden poles. After licking the wooden poles clean, the natives raised their hands again. Their mouths were at the places where the wild animals were poked by the wooden poles, and they sucked with all their strength. Traces of blood seeped out from the natives' mouths, looking extremely terrifying and disgusting. The wooden poles of the other 2 natives were empty. Clearly, they didn't catch any wild animals. The 2 natives looked at the 3 natives sucking the blood of the wild animals with envy. Then, they squatted down and carefully looked at the thorny vines. Then, they carefully picked the small fruits from the vines. They took out a few fruits and put them in their mouths to chew, and kept the others in their bosoms. Gu tilde the 2 natives chewed and said a few strange words to each other. Then, they said a few words to the other 3 natives. It seemed like they were saying goodbye. Then, the 2 natives left and walked on the mountain path, heading into the distance. After drinking the blood, the 3 of them looked very satisfied. One of them even opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and bit off the wild animal's head. Crunching sounds could be heard as he chewed it in his mouth. The native also drank the blood that flowed out from the decapitated head. The 3 natives held the wild animals in their hands and looked around for a moment before returning to the mountain path. However, they didn't chase after the 2 natives. Instead, They turned back and went back to where they came from. -11. Chapter 2809. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the figures of Xiao Hua and the other 4 appeared not far away. The 5 of them had different expressions. Xiao Hua and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Xiao Mao's face was a little pale, and there was an unconcealable strangeness in his eyes. Fairy Hong Xia bit her lips tightly and frowned. She had an extremely disgusted look on her face. Zhu Xia's eyes were bright as he looked at the dried-up blood on the ground. No one knew what he was thinking about. "Let's go." Li Zhongbao's face was calm as he said, "These millions of people of Meng Mountain are indeed uncivilized. This is obviously a common wild rat. Even the people of the secular world might not eat it raw. They actually ate it so directly. Sigh, I wonder if they will eat people." Xiao Hua's heart was also disgusted. If it was any other wild animal, it would be fine. But this rat's appearance was really unbearable. He really could not imagine that someone would eat a rat raw. Looking at Xiao Mao's somewhat panicked expression and his pale face, Xiao Hua did not ask anything. He knew that he had never seen such a disgusting scene. The 5 of them did not say anything after that. They quietly hurried on. Obviously, their flying speed had increased. They all wanted to leave the place where the natives gathered. However, on the mountain path, there were more and more natives. Xiao Hua and the others had to avoid them from time to time. Although they did not see any wild rats being eaten raw, Xiao Hua and the others were still somewhat impatient. But when they looked at Zhu Xia, he still seemed to know what was going on and was not in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua was really puzzled. He could not understand what Zhu Xia was planning. The sun was getting higher and higher. It was already close to noon. The 5 of them had only flown for about 200 miles at the speed of a turtle. And within their divine sense, Xiao Hua and the others saw about 20 people rushing towards them. They had no choice but to avoid them. At this moment, the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Under the direct sunlight, an indescribable heat was born from the bottom of their hearts. Although Xiao Hua had an invisibility talisman on his body, there was an indescribable feeling of irritation in his heart. Those 20 or so people were the same as before. They all held wooden poles in their hands, and the wooden poles had a very sharp point. These people spoke very loudly. Although Xiao Hua and the others were separated by several tens of feet, they could still hear them clearly. They were also arguing about something. Although Xiao Hua couldn't understand what they were arguing about, Xiao Hua could tell from the expressions of these people. However, as they walked, one of them suddenly fell to the ground, and the wooden pole in his hand was thrown far away. Immediately after, the remaining natives were stunned. The noisy noises came to a halt as they stood there like nails, glaring at the person who had fallen to the ground. That person was lying on the ground, motionless. The sunlight shone on his dark skin, reflecting a bright color. "Quack quack 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 tilde," one of the Aborigines suddenly spoke, causing a commotion among the Aborigines. Then, the Aborigines who spoke just now reached out and pulled up the Aborigines who were lying on the ground. The Aborigines who were lying on the ground weren't tall and were also very thin. Being carried by the Aborigines, they were actually very light. Ao tilde, seeing that the Aborigines dragged the Aborigines across the mountain path and went to the mountain rocks far away from the mountain path, the remaining 10 or so Aborigines also cried out. Each of them waved their wooden poles and chased after the Aborigines. When everyone arrived at a depression, the Aborigines threw the Aborigines they were dragging onto a large boulder. The boulder was somewhat white from the sun's rays. When the Aborigines landed on it, their bodies trembled slightly, and they curled up as if they were awake. Even their eyes were slightly opened. However, they only opened for a moment, and then closed again. Woo 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 tilde woo 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 tilde. The Aborigines who were standing at the side threw the Aborigines aside and waved their wooden poles around the boulder. As they waved, they mumbled something. Among the 10 or so Aborigines who were following closely behind, except for a few who were hesitant, the rest of them surrounded the wooden poles and began to dance. This strange situation only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before everyone's voices became softer. All the natives raised the wooden poles in their hands at almost the same time. The sharp ends of the wooden poles were pointed at the natives lying on the crouching ox rock. Just as Li Zongbao had guessed, they were really going to eat the Aborigines. However, at this moment, Wong Wong tilde 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 a series of chaotic noises came from the entire mountain range. The thorn-like withered branches on the slopes and ravines broke inch by inch into countless small segments. These small segments made strange noises under the bright afternoon sun, and the noises could be heard all over the mountain. Then, countless small segments floated in mid-air, and the withered segments actually grew to an inch long. They were all strange insects with pitch-black carapaces. As the strange insects flew up, countless inexplicable waves rippled throughout the entire millions of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua and the others appeared in mid-air. Moreover, their bodies involuntarily fell towards the slope. Obviously, these waves had a very serious effect on their transcendence energy. Moreover, as Xiao Hua and the others appeared, countless strange insects began to fly towards the five of them, as if they were attracted by something. When the strange insects flew up, the Aborigines who wanted to eat the Aborigines didn't pay any attention to them, as if they were used to it. Moreover, the strange insects didn't pay any attention to these Aborigines. However, when Xiao Hua and the others appeared, these Aborigines were stunned. When the strange insects began to gather, these Aborigines' faces were filled with panic. "Sister, quickly use your innate true water." Although Zhu Xia had landed on the ground, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she whispered to Fairy Hong Xia, "These are beetles that are unique to millions of Meng Mountains. They can produce strange waves that can break through cultivators' transcendence energy and swordsman's sword energy. They can only detect innate object." "All right." Fairy Hong Xia agreed, but she didn't activate her innate true water. She looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hesitate. Looking at the beetles that covered the entire mountain range, he also felt his scalp tingle. A pool of clear water emerged and enveloped the five of them. The strange ripples disappeared as soon as they entered the innate primordial water. The beetles that were charging over seemed to have not seen the innate primordial water. They began to circle around the area, and many beetles actually pounced on the natives. The Aborigines turned pale with fright. While making strange sounds from their mouths, they didn't have time to regenerate their cannibal meat. Instead, they waved their wooden poles and fled towards the mountain path. The Aborigines' pronunciation was very strange. It was really powerful. The beetles approached the Aborigines, but they didn't dare to get close to them. The Aborigines' soul cultivation didn't seem to be very strong, so they couldn't drive the beetles away. Therefore, while they were in a stalemate, they ran far away. On the contrary, the Aborigines who were lying quietly on the rock weren't attacked by the beetles. They were like sacrificial offerings placed on the rock. When the beetles were far away, Xiao Hua pretended to keep the innate true water. Looking at the bare ground, he smiled bitterly and said, "I thought these plants had something to do with the soil. Who knew? They were just some strange insects." "What a joke. Hehe, brother-in-law wasn't wrong." Zhu Xia laughed and said, "These beetles are insects in the afternoon, and vines in the morning." "Oh, there's such a strange thing." Xiao Hua looked at the invisible beetles in the distance. He didn't dare to look at them with his divine sense, for fear of attracting them. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao looked at the man on the rock and said indifferently, "Aborigines. They are Aborigines. They are really eating humans. Zhu Xia, are we still going to move forward like this?" Xiao Hua frowned and looked at the man, then raised his head and asked, "He, brother-in-law, you have great magical powers. Of course, you can hide from the beetles' prying eyes, but we can't." Zhu Xia smiled and said, "Even the innate true water is only useful against the beetles. If we fly deeper into the Meng Mountains, there will be more strange soul beasts. Even the innate true water can't hide the ripples of magic power. Can we just walk on the mountain path?" Xiao Hua didn't understand. "Don't we also have ripples of magic power? It's not the same." Zhu Xia laughed and said, "If you fly in the sky, you will be targeted by all. If you walk on the mountain path and don't use magic power or fly slowly, the chances of being discovered will be much smaller. Is that so? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she did not know either. Her shoulders that were exposed outside of her robe were very fair. All right, that's the only way. Only now did Xiao Hua feel the ferocious teeth of the Meng Mountains. No wonder it was a forbidden land for cultivators and swordsmen. Even Xiao Hua was regretting that he had recklessly come to millions of Meng Mountains this time, and did not make any thorough preparations. If they hadn't met Zhu Xia on the way, they would have been discovered by the Aborigines and even surrounded by the beetles. But soon, Xiao Hua shook his head. There were very few cultivators who came to the Meng Mountains. Even swordsmen wouldn't come to the Meng Mountains for no reason. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it wouldn't be easy. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Xiao Mao, who had a bad expression, had walked to the side of the rock and lowered his head to look at the Aborigine curled up on it. Big brother. Just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, Xiao Mao whispered, "This person isn't dead yet." "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua nodded, "He just fainted." "But..." Xiao Mao's voice was lowered again, "How can we wake him up?" I just gave him a strand of magic power." Xiao Hua was a little puzzled by Xiao Mao's actions. However, he still walked over and carefully observed for a while. He reached out his hand and placed it on the Aborigine's wrist. After a while, Xiao Hua said calmly, "He fainted from hunger. It's better to give food than magic power." -11. Chapter 28:10. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out some grains, intending to put them into the Aborigine's mouth. "Brother-in-law, wait a moment." Zhu Xia had been watching attentively. When Xiao Hua took out something, her eyes lit up. When she saw the thing in Xiao Hua's hand, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "This thing. The Aborigine can't eat it." "Oh, why?" Xiao Hua held a small handful of grains in his hand and was a little stunned. "This is the rice that the mortals often eat. These Aborigines should be able to eat it too, right?" "Brother-in-law, you don't know." Zhu Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as she explained, "The food that these Aborigines eat is from the millions of Meng Mountains. That's why their physique and cultivation are different from ours. This rice is a food in the cultivation world, but in the millions of Meng Mountains, it might be a poison. I think it's better if brother-in-law doesn't give it to him." "Then, what do these Aborigines eat?" Xiao Hua helplessly put away the fine seeds and asked while releasing his divine sense. "It seems like the millions of Meng Mountains Aborigines eat millet." Zhu Xia, who always knew everything, was a little hesitant. "If it's blood food, then it's wild animals." "Oh, the fruits of those beetles before they turned into worms can also be eaten by the Aborigines." "The beetles have already turned into worms. How can they?" Xiao Mao was a little helpless and also released his divine sense. "Sigh, wait a moment." Xiao Hua sighed and flew down the hill, burrowing into the ground. Not long after, he came out with a wild animal that looked like a mouse. When he returned to the side of the big rock, he threw the wild animal to Xiao Mao and said, "You can do it yourself." "All right." Xiao Mao took the wild animal without hesitation and poked it with his hand. A stream of blood flowed out from the wild animal's neck. When Xiao Mao put the wild animal near the Aborigine's mouth, the blood flowed into the Aborigine's mouth. Just as Xiao Hua said, when the blood entered the Aborigine's mouth, the Aborigine's throat moved and swallowed mouthful by mouthful. "Brother-in-law is really amazing." It is said that this item is hidden several hundred feet deep in the mountains. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it. "Brother-in-law, you were able to catch it on your first trip. This little sister admires you." Although Zhu Xia said that she admired Xiao Hua, when she looked at Xiao Mao, she was not surprised that Xiao Hua had this ability. Instead, she was curious why Xiao Mao was so meddlesome. Actually, Zhu Xia was not the only one who was surprised. Even Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia were surprised. This was because along the way, Xiao Mao had always followed suit. Whatever the others did, he would do. Whatever the others asked him to do, he would do it. He had never been so proactive before. Moreover, it was the life of an uncivilized native. After drinking the wild rat's blood, the native seemed to have regained his strength. He rolled his eyes a few times and tried to open them, but the strong sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Just as the native tilted his neck slightly, Xiao Mao placed the wild rat into his mouth again. The aborigine bit down on the wild rat. He stretched out his powerless hand and grabbed the wild rat. He greedily and eagerly chewed on it without opening his eyes again. "Let's go." "He should have come back to life," Li Zongbao said indifferently. "Before he wakes up, we should leave as soon as possible." Li Zongbao was worried that this native would wake up and summon other natives, so he urged, "Senior brother, please wait a moment." Xiao Mao raised his head and responded with a strange look. He did not have any intention of leaving. Since he did not want to leave, the others could only wait patiently. After a while, the native finished eating the wild rat. He licked his lips and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Mao and the others clearly, his face revealed an extremely respectful expression. His legs were slightly bent, his hands were placed in front of his chest, and his mouth was mumbling some strange words. Needless to say, this native had obviously treated Xiao Mao and the others as spirit warriors. He was saying some words of thanks. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was surprised. The native's words were similar to the green seal script, but there was a huge difference. Naturally, he would not say it. Therefore, Xiao Hua turned his gaze to Zhu Xia. He did not know if this little girl who claimed to know everything knew the language of millions of Meng mountains. However, Zhu Xia did not pay any attention to Xiao Hua. Instead, she looked at Xiao Mao. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that Xiao Mao was actually speaking to the native. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Mao in disbelief. He could not believe that Xiao Mao could speak the language of millions of Meng mountains. Not to mention Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were also stunned. Their gazes were somewhat dazed. On the other hand, Zhu Xia's expression was still calm. She seemed to be a little surprised, but it quickly disappeared. However, when she heard Xiao Mao's words, he was stuttering at the beginning. His face was even flushed red and he could not say anything. However, gradually, his words became more fluent. Although it was not as fluent as the native, it was obvious that the native understood him. Furthermore, his face became more and more respectful. In the end, the native actually raised his head to the sky and raised his hands above his head. "Woo woo ya," he said a lot more. Then, he respectfully bowed to Xiao Mao again and pressed his forehead tightly against Xiao Mao's toes. Xiao Mao. What's going on?" Xiao Hua was stuttering at this moment. He really did not understand. This strange situation was even more strange than when he saw Zhu Xia come to Hun country to look for him. Sigh. When Xiao Mao heard Xiao Hua's question, an awkward expression appeared on his face. He looked at the native who was kneeling in front of him and seemed to be ashamed. He sighed and said, "Big brother, didn't I tell you before? When little brother was young, mother had taught little brother a local language, but little brother never paid much attention to it. But today, after listening to the language spoken by these millions of natives of Meng Mountain, it is very similar to the local language taught by mother. Although they are not exactly the same, but they can understand what little brother is saying, and little brother can also understand what they are saying." "Ah, so that's why." Xiao Hua was enlightened. He turned to look at Li Zongbao. What Xiao Mao said was the truth. Before entering Hun country, Xiao Mao had confessed this matter. However, everyone had noticed Xiao Mao's encounter and his mother's matter. No one cared about the local language that Xiao Mao's mother taught him. However, this local language was the most important thing. Then, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Since Xiao Mao's mother was a native of Meng Mountain, it was normal for his soul to have a green seal script talisman. Looks like Xiao Mao, his background is not ordinary. Xiao Hua saw that the native was kneeling on the ground and did not get up. His hands were even grabbing Xiao Mao's leg and not letting go. Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about? What is he doing?" "That, big brother," Xiao Mao answered unwillingly. "He is inviting me to their Wu stockade." "Why would he invite you?" Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. "He doesn't know you." "That," Xiao Mao said awkwardly, he said that I am the descendant of great god Shi Bai and their master." "Damn it, you are so honorable." Xiao Hua laughed. "How did he know? Could it be that Zhu Xia gave you clothes? Why didn't he come find me?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua tugged at his collar and looked down curiously. "Big brother, don't mock me." Xiao Mao's face was red. "I really didn't expect that I am a native of Meng Mountain. This man is called Qi. His words are similar to what I said, but they are definitely different. He knew that I am the descendant of some great god Shi Bai from what I said." "Oh, no wonder." Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xiao Mao's mother didn't teach him anything but this language when he was young. It turned out that this language was a symbol of status, a representation of honorable status. When he thought of the painstaking efforts of Xiao Mao's mother, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with melancholy. Although Xiao Mao's parents had passed away, he knew his own origin and had come to his homeland. But what about himself? Where was his origin? What was the situation of his parents? Cough cough, Xiao Mao. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, "A person's origin is not something he can choose, but he can choose his own life. He doesn't need to feel ashamed of his origin, and he doesn't need to feel proud of his origin. His origin is given by his parents. No matter if it is lowly or honorable, it is all his own, and it exists. The most important thing is still himself. This is the path he has to walk in the future. Only when you understand your own origin and understand your own path, will you be able to walk further in the future. That way, you won't have any more knots in your heart." "Yes, big brother is right." Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's words that struck his heart, he had mixed feelings. Before this, he had thought about the origin of his parents more than once, and also hypothesized about his own origin more than once. But he had never thought that he would be the same as these uncivilized soul cultivators of Meng Mountains. Not only did these natives of Meng Mountains have no etiquette, not only did they have no face, they even ate wild rats alive. What made him most ashamed was that these natives ate other natives. When he thought about how these natives were actually of the same origin as him, Xiao Mao wanted to drill into the ground of Meng Mountains and never meet Xiao Hua and the others again. This was too shameful. He couldn't make up for it. In fact, when the first group of Aborigines walked past them, he had already heard the meaning of their conversation. He already knew that he had something to do with them. He had been holding it in all this time, trying to hide this matter. But in the end, when the unconscious Qi was about to be eaten by the natives, he didn't plan to do anything. He was deeply ashamed of it. He closed his eyes and prayed that these things would pass quickly, but when Xiao Hua told him to leave, he hesitated again. After all, Qi was a human life, and he was lying in front of him. This was someone who said the same thing as him, especially when Xiao Mao thought about his journey. It was as if an invisible hand had sent him to Mount Million Meng. He could even feel his mother's aura. It was as if it was his mother who had pushed him to Mount Million Meng. If he ignored Qi, who might be a clansman, could he face his dead mother? -11. Chapter 28:11. This was also the reason why Xiao Mao saved Qixiu. However, what he thought and what he did were completely different from what he faced in reality. Facing Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia, who came from a Daoist clan and sect, Xiao Mao felt inferior and less shameless for no reason. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Mao took a deep breath and nodded. Million Mountain Meng is mother and father's home, so it's naturally my home as well. Little brother might be able to find the footsteps of father and mother here. Hehe, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. If you want to find the roots of your parents, you naturally have to follow Qixiu. Otherwise, how would you know who great god Shi Bai is? Where are your parents originally? Little brother naturally knows that this is the best way. Xiao Maro smiled bitterly. But little brother is now a Daoist cultivator. Big brother and the others don't understand Million Mountain Meng. Once we meet the soul warriors of Wu Village, we'll be exposed. This is extremely risky. That's true. Xiao Hua hesitated. It's fine. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Zhu Xia smiled. Now that you're their master, how can they make decisions for their master's actions? Didn't you see how that night rain could enter Million Mountain Meng? Maybe it's related to some descendant. Now that there are cultivators who secretly learn from soul warriors, there are naturally cultivators who practice soul art. Perhaps, your parents went to the state of Shi specifically to cultivate the Dao sect's magic arts. In my opinion, nothing will happen. Even Zhu Xia, who claimed to be omniscient, gave her assurance. Xiao Mao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua heard Zhu Xia call him master, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he didn't like this title. Moreover, Xiao Hua was also somewhat puzzled. Looking at Zhu Xia's actions, it was obvious that she wanted Xiao Maro to go to Wu Village to find out his origins. Could it be Zhu Xia's goal, or she has something to do with Million Mountain Meng? Xiao Hua was suddenly startled and looked meaningfully at the smiling Zhu Xia. That smile that was even more brilliant than spring flowers was truly reflected in his eyes and heart. The person she's looking for in Huan country, is Xiao Mao? It's not me. Or did Zhu Xia find Xiao Mao through me? Although Xiao Hua's karmic hand had not made any progress, he had gained some understanding of the Tao of Karma. Seeing that Fairy Hong Xia was supposed to come to millions of Meng mountains, and Xiao Mao, who was supposed to be a training ground, had appeared, he naturally knew that Xiao Mao had become the main character of this trip to millions of Meng mountains. With Zhu Xia's ability, he must have figured out that the person he was looking for was Xiao Mao, and not Xiao Hua. Doesn't she feel disappointed? She had always wanted my help and ignored Xiao Mao. Now that she realized that Xiao Mao was the person she should be looking for, shouldn't she be looking for Xiao Mao instead? Why hasn't her expression changed? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Sure enough, when he saw Xiao Hua looking at him, Zhu Xia slightly turned his eyes, and his left eyelid actually blinked a few times at Xiao Hua. Wow! Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Every blink was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. His delicate little heart, he should leave it for Fairy Hong Xia. Damn, I forgot. Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Maro calls me big brother. Doesn't Xiao Maro have to listen to whatever I say? If she finds me, isn't that the same as finding Xiao Maro? However, when Xiao Hua turned his head, he saw Xiao Mao's gaze. Obviously, Xiao Mao had the same thought as him. He still wanted to listen to his opinion. Go. Xiao Hua could still stop him if he took it. This was the best opportunity for Xiao Mao to find his origin, and he had no reason to stop him. As for the dangers inside, Xiao Hua believed that with his cultivation base and the little white dragon in the mysterious dark clouds, there shouldn't be any big problem. Moreover, there was also Zhu Xia who needed Xiao Mao's help. When Xiao Mao saw that Xiao Hua had agreed, his face was immediately filled with joy. He nodded and muttered a few words to the one called Zhu Xia. When the strange words came out from Xiao Mao's mouth, they were different from what the millions of natives of Meng Mountain said. There were even some pleasant syllables, like the chirping of birds. Unfortunately, other than the vague syllables of Zhu Xia, Xiao Hua couldn't understand anything else. The native called Zhu Xia suddenly jumped up from the ground, giving Xiao Hua a fright. Then, he saw that the native's face was filled with tears. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were dancing around Xiao Mao in a strange way. Where was the miserable state that he had just fainted? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly, looking at Xiao Hua and the others helplessly. However, there was a sense of pride in his eyes. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this was a ceremony of the natives to express their respect and joy. Only after the native finished the ceremony, with sweat dripping from his forehead, did he respectfully use the thumb and index finger of his right hand to pinch Xiao Mao's lapel. On the sleeves of Xiao Hua and the others, there was something similar to a tassel, and it fell into the hands of Zhu Xia. Zhu Xia raised the tassel to his forehead, then carefully bent his waist and walked in front of Xiao Mao, as if he was leading the way. However, when Xiao Hua saw that Qiu Xia was having a hard time walking, as if he was walking sideways, and didn't even dare to raise his head, Xiao Hua was really worried for him. However, when the native looked at Xiao Mao, his eyes were filled with pride and respect, as if it was his life's honor to lead the way for Xiao Mao. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua felt a little absent-minded. Wasn't it the same when Fei Yunshu, Zhong Zhon, and the others saw him in the past? Although Qiu Xia was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others' journey was much slower. This wasn't the worst. After walking for about 10 miles, they heard the roar of beasts from afar. Even the slightly soft ground under their feet started to shake. Oh! Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before carefully releasing his Buddhist sense. But after a few kilometers, he could see that on the mountain path ahead of him, there were a dozen or so large soul beasts. Under the control of a dozen or so soul warriors, they were madly charging towards him. Behind the soul warriors, there were several hundred natives that looked just like Chiue. In their hands, they held all kinds of strange-looking wooden staves as they rushed forward in a frenzy. Xiao Mao saw them as well. Lowering his head, he said a few words to Qiu Xia. Qiu Xia respectfully replied with a few words. Xiao Mao turned his head and smiled. "Big brother, it's fine." Qiu Xia said that the soul warriors from the stronghold are coming. "It's probably those natives that saw us suddenly appear and rushed back to report it." It's fine." Xiao Hua nodded. The soul beasts ran very fast. In a short moment, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Xiao Mao and Qiu Xia were walking on top of a mountain. The soul warriors controlled their soul beasts to see Xiao Mao's clothes, then to see the revived Qiu Xia, and Qiu Xia's incomparably respectful appearance. They couldn't help but be stunned. One by one, the soul beasts stopped at the bottom of the mountain. They were stunned. "GG woo woo tilde tilde." Qiu Xia raised his head and shouted. His voice traveled very far and every word was said in a loud voice. It was very different from what the cultivators of the Daoist sect usually said. "Damn it, it seems like the words of millions of Meng mountains are used to shout." Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them stopped and quietly watched. Hearing Qiu Xia's shout, the dozen or so soul warriors were extremely shocked. In an instant, the shock disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. The dozen or so soul warriors exchanged a few words with each other. Two of them jumped down from their soul beasts. Just like Qiu Xia, they bowed to Xiao Mao and then jumped back onto their soul beasts. They urged their soul beasts to turn around and fly away. Clearly, they were going back to the shaman stronghold to inform the other soul warriors. The remaining dozen or so soul warriors also jumped down from their soul beasts and drove their soul beasts to the side of the mountain path. They bent their bodies, bent their legs, and raised their hands high. They were extremely careful as they welcomed Xiao Mao. When they arrived in front of Xiao Mao, they surrounded Xiao Mao as if they were sobbing. They raised their arms and legs and actually started to dance. Xiao Mao smiled. Seeing the joy in the eyes of these soul warriors and the longing expression on their faces, he felt an indescribable warmth from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth very naturally. Although it was a mouthful, the words he said were pleasant to the ears. When the soul warriors heard this, they became even crazier. It was as if they had eaten a spirit herb that boosted their sex drive. They danced even more vigorously. "Damn it, senior brother." Xiao Mao came to the right place this time. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and turned to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently. His expression was somewhat cold. Compared to the excitement in front, everyone felt that he was an outsider. Xiao Hua slightly raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao with a strange expression. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Li Zongbao's expression became slightly richer. From time to time, he could also smile. But now, Li Zongbao began to return to his previous indifference. He didn't care about anything anymore. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the immortal killing whip. When the immortal killing whip was still the immortal piercing whip, Li Zongbao was cultivating the emotion-parting treasure mirror. He used the immortal piercing whip to kill the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a cultivator. Later, It seemed that when the immortal piercing whip was destroyed, his cultivation method was also affected. But now, could it be because the immortal slaying whip had been repaired? Sometimes, good intentions may not be able to do good things. When Xiao Hua thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some regret. If he hadn't repaired the immortal killing whip, perhaps Li Zongbao would be better right now? Just as he was thinking, the hundreds of natives also appeared in the distance. Weren't the ones in front the ones who were preparing to eat Qiuxia? However, at this time, there wasn't the slightest bit of shame on their faces. It seemed that they had already received the message from the two soul warriors. Each and every one of them had disbelief and ecstasy on their faces. However, when they saw the living Qiuxia with their own eyes, as well as the respect of the dozen or so soul warriors, each and every one of them was overjoyed. -11. Chapter 28:12. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, these natives didn't rush over as he imagined. Instead, they directly fell to the ground as if they were kowtowing. Then, they stood up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. Just like that, they slowly walked towards Xiao Mao. The hundreds of natives were divided into groups and were extremely orderly. Faith. This is faith. Behind Xiao Hua, Zhu Xia sighed and said, "The power of faith. Sometimes, it is the greatest and most direct power in this world. Faith." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Zhu Xia, but he saw that the always calm Zhu Xia had a confused look on her face. However, she was also looking at Xiao Mao, who was slowly walking in the distance with some envy. "Xiao Hua, don't you think? Even if you have the strength of a nascent soul, compared to thousands of natives, you are still somewhat insignificant. Oh, even if these tens of thousands of natives are considered small, what about 100,000, 1,000,000, or 10 million? Zhu Xia saw Xiao Hua looking at her and said, "This Xiao Mao doesn't need to be too strong. He only needs to point his finger and those 10 million natives will go against you. Do you think you are their opponent? What you said doesn't seem to be faith." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and he refuted. "Oh." Zhu Xia's eyes turned and looked at Xiao Hua. She nodded and said, "Brother-in-law is right. This can't be considered faith. It is only a kind of obedience, a kind of reliance. However, according to what I know, the ancient Almighty could borrow the faith of these 10 million natives to form a great divine ability. That is faith, that is, the true power of faith." Speaking up to here, Zhu Xia regained her smile and said, "Hey, brother-in-law, you've also heard of faith?" "No." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "However, I just feel that what you said might be a bit wrong. Is that so?" Zhu Xia raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. At this moment, Xiao Mao had already gone down the mountain under the protection of 10 soul warriors and arrived at the place where the soul beasts were scattered. Although the hundreds of natives walked slowly, they still reached Xiao Mao's side. Wu Wuyaya tilde, it was another kind of exhilaration. All the natives cheered and surrounded Xiao Mao in layers on the mountain path that wasn't too narrow. They kept jumping and jumping around. Sigh, such a torment. I wonder how long it will take for us to reach the nearest shaman stockade. Fairy Hong Xia said softly, feeling a little bored. "Elder sister, you don't know. The grander it is, the more guaranteed our safety is," Zhu Xia said with a smile. "At this moment, even if Yiyu comes again, he definitely won't dare to touch Xiao Mao. These millions of natives of Meng Mountains are not to be trifled with. The problem is, even if Xiao Mao is really the descendant of some great deity, he doesn't know any spirit arts. If something were to happen, if the witch elder or G-man from the witch stockade were to see Xiao Mao and expose him." Fairy Hong Xia was still worried. "Don't worry, sister." Zhu Xia smiled and said, "Little sister already said that Yiyu cannot be touched, Elder Wu and G-man might not be able to touch him either. Besides, didn't you see? This Xiao Mao is indeed the descendant of some great deity, there's no mistake about it. You don't understand the power of faith. You said a few words to Xiao Mao just now, but elder sister really didn't understand," Fairy Hong Xia admitted. "Hehe, to put it simply, elder sister, Do you believe in immortals? Zhu Xia smiled. Of course, if there are no immortals, why would we cultivate? Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Yes, this is faith. Zhu Xia hit the nail on the head and said, if you believe in the immortal realm and immortals, then you can cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Dao Sec. If you don't even believe in this, will you cultivate? Fairy Hong Xia suddenly realized something and said in disbelief, based on what you said, we, Xiaoyu continent, and even other places, countless cultivators are the same as these natives. Are we living in faith? Then our power of faith. Of course it's the ancient, great deity who founded the Dao Sec. When this was mentioned, Zhu Xia did not dare to be negligent and her face turned serious. Founded. Dao Sect. Fairy Hong Xia was even more shocked. Don't tell me, there are other Dao sects. Or there were others before the Dao sect. Hihi, elder sister, don't think too much. There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Besides, even I don't know about these things. Zhu Xia smiled. This is just my own guess when I saw how respectful these natives were to Xiao Mao. How would I know any ancient secret? Oh, Fairy Hong Xia nodded her head doubtfully. Look, elder sister, Xiao Mao is calling us. At this point, Zhu Xia changed the topic and pointed her finger. Indeed, when she took it out, Xiao Mao turned his head and looked over with a smile. Although he did not transmit his message, his meaning was obvious. At the same time, a few spirit warriors walked over respectfully. Let's go and have fun with Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Unfortunately, the soul warriors walked over and respectfully said a few words that Xiao Hua didn't understand. Xiao Hua was left speechless. Although the respect on their faces didn't decrease in the slightest, the etiquette they used to treat Xiao Mao was completely gone. Xiao Hua did not mind and walked towards Xiao Mao. The spirit warriors did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way in front. The group of natives hurriedly opened up a gap, and their faces were filled with respect and envy. Within the crowd, Xiao was still bowing respectfully. He did not seem to be tired and did not leave Xiao Mao's side. His face was full of arrogance and his hands were tightly gripping the tassel. Big brother Xiao Mao smiled apologetically. This formation is really out of my expectations. However, I have asked just now and this is necessary. I heard that it is compatible with my identity. Congratulations. Xiao Hua gave him a thumbs up. Big brother is sincerely happy for you. There are so many natives who love and respect you, but at this point, Xiao Hua did not know what to say. Yes, Xiao Mao had found his identity in the millions of Meng Mountains, but he was still a foundation establishment cultivator from Xuanyan School. What was the use of these natives loving and respecting him so deeply? Hihi, thank you, big brother. Xiao Mao knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said with a smile, in this world, the only person who is truly good to me is big brother. If I did not have the bloodline of some great god, if I did not have the identity of my mother and father, they would definitely not care about me. But even if I am a beggar, big brother will still be good to me. Haha, that's right. Xiao Hua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder and laughed. Xiao Hua's action of patting his shoulder first provoked Sobing's dissatisfaction. He bared his teeth and roared at Xiao Hua a few times. Immediately after, the dozen or so soul warriors and the several hundred natives also clamored. Gigi Gaga, Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His voice was extremely fluent, like frying beans. When Xiao Mao spoke, the group of natives all quieted down and listened very respectfully. There was even an expression of intoxication on their faces, as if Xiao Mao's words were like fine wine. It was unknown what Xiao Mao said, but with a boom, the group of natives all knelt down towards Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Zhu Xia. Although they were not as respectful towards Xiao Mao, they were still very polite. Get up, get up. Xiao Hua was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to get up. Unfortunately, how could they pay attention to Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua's hand was stretched out very awkwardly. Kargang Kargang. Xiao Mao opened his mouth. With a swoosh, everyone stood up in unison. Let's go, big brother. Let's sit on the soul beast. Xiao Maro said to the soul beast that was taking a stroll. If we walk like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach their stronghold by nightfall. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. He also knew that they could not use the flying technique now. If they walked like before, they would be even slower than ordinary people. Xiao Maro then gave a few more orders. The dozen spirit warriors did not dare to delay and quickly led the soul beast to the front of the group. This time, Qieshio was not willing. His face was full of tears and he was unwilling to let go of Qieshio's tassel. A spirit warrior berated him a few times. Qieshio was very wronged and did not dare to talk back. However, he carefully withdrew his hand and pinched the tassel between his fingers. Xiao Maro said a few words with a pleasant expression. Qieshio immediately became happy and immediately bent down beside the soul beast. Xiao Maro was stunned. However, when the spirit warrior reminded him, Xiao Maro understood that Qieshio was to be a stepping stone. Xiao Maro could not help but feel moved. Seeing Xiao Maro hesitate, Qieshio became anxious. He stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Xiao Mao's leg to his back. However, he did not dare and cried out with a sobbing tone. Ari! Xiao Maro sighed and stepped on Qieshio's back. The bony Qieshio's leg hurt, but Qieshio's face was full of joy. Xiao Hua and the others naturally did not receive this kind of courtesy. They placed their hands on the soul beast's back and floated down. The 5 soul warriors walked in front of the 5 soul beasts and clapped their hands together. The 5 soul beasts roared to the sky and began to gallop forward. The 5 soul warriors were actually galloping in front of the soul beasts. They weren't any slower than the soul beasts in the slightest. Looking at the native named Qieshobing, he actually spread his legs and chased closely behind the soul beast that Xiao Maro was riding. He didn't look like he was going to give up. The other dozen or so spirit warriors did not dare to ride their soul beasts. They only dared to run behind Xiao Hua and the others. As for the hundreds of natives, they were all shouting and yelling as they chased after the soul beasts like crazy. Xiao Hua was riding on the soul beast. Seeing this strange scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. However, when he saw that whether it was the spirit warriors or the natives, they were all running extremely fast, he was astonished. He did not know if these natives were born this way or if they had cultivated this way. -11. Chapter 28:13. Xiao Hua and the others flew at high speed for nearly an hour. After turning around a high slope, they saw a large expanse of black tree branches that covered the entire mountain peak several li away. Wong Wong tilde several loud beastly cries rang out in front of them. It was very deafening. Immediately after, ga ga, several bird cries came from the sky. They saw over 10 ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size. They spread their enormous wings and flew over like dark clouds covering the sky. Furthermore, there were also several tens of ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size that rushed down from the mountain peak. These ferocious beasts had small heads like poisonous snakes. Behind their thin necks was a body that was 20 meters in size. Under their bodies were eagle talon-like claws that swayed in the air. There were soul warriors standing on the backs of these ferocious beasts. The soul warrior in front was actually an old man. His hair and beard were snow white and his face was full of wrinkles. Although he was a bit short and thin, his skin wasn't black. He looked somewhat similar to the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms. Looking at the ferocious beasts, they were several times the size of the soul beast under Xiao Hua. Their 4 legs were as thick as pillars. When they opened their mouths, fangs protruded out. They had a long tail that was at least 3 meters long. Furthermore, there were sword wings that were several feet long behind their tails. They looked exceptionally ferocious. There were also a few soul warriors standing on top of these ferocious beasts. These soul warriors were dressed similarly to the soul warriors on the ferocious beasts. However, their skin was slightly yellow. They were completely different from the natives running behind Xiao Hua. Of course, after these soul warriors and ferocious beasts, the natives that covered the entire mountain rushed out. No one knew how they appeared. In short, after a few bird cries and beast cries, These natives appeared on the left side of the mountain peak. Needless to say, the one standing on top of the ferocious beast was the Bayan stronghold's Elder Wu. As for the one standing on the back of the ferocious beast, it was naturally the Bayan stronghold's G-Man. When the soul beast under Xiao Mao saw the ferocious beasts flying over from afar, it immediately stopped. The soul beasts of Xiao Hua and the others also stopped. Furthermore, the soul beast that Elder Wu and G-Man were standing on couldn't help but tremble when it was only a few dozen feet away from Xiao Mao's soul beast. The soul beast's 4 hooves began to kneel down, and its entire body collapsed onto the soft mountain path. With Xiao Mao's skills, nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Xiao Mao only floated slightly and stood firmly on the ground. Wu the 2 enormous soul beasts stopped. One flew in the air, and the other stopped in front of Xiao Mao. The rest of the soul beasts all stopped in their respective positions. Dozens of enormous soul beasts lined up together, and it was a spectacular sight. An almost tangible aura was emitted from these soul beasts as it enveloped Xiao Mao's body. The might of this soul beast seemed to be different from the usual auras in the Dao sect. It wasn't the kind of pressure that a high-tier soul beast exerted on a low-tier soul beast. Instead, it was more of a pressure on the soul. Xiao Mao stood proudly. Although the talisman within the mysterious dark clouds wasn't activated, this might actually didn't have any effect on him. Although Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Mao, wasn't the center of the soul beast's might, he was still the closest to Xiao Mao. An indescribable sense of danger emitted from the mysterious dark clouds, causing Xiao Hua to be greatly alarmed. Although he had seen the battle between the soul beasts and the sword cultivator, he wasn't the first one to bear the brunt of it. Now that he was facing it head-on, he truly realized how powerful the soul beasts were. Xiao Hua was already so nervous, and the pressure on Xiao Mao was even greater. But when he looked at Xiao Mao, he really seemed to be fine. Thus, Xiao Hua also gave up on the thought of helping Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's figure was very insignificant in front of so many soul beasts, but he stood there and blocked all the soul beasts like a giant. In an instant, the fervent gazes of all the soul warriors and natives were ignited. The entire mountain slope was silent. Everyone forgot to make a sound, and even the dozens of enormous soul beasts were silent. Chiu was the first to come to his senses. It was unknown what he was saying, but with a putong sound, he once again knelt in front of Xiao Mao's feet, offering his incomparably respectful gift. All the natives spoke at the same time, and all of them knelt on the ground. As the natives knelt, an indescribable solemnity filled the entire place. Elder Wu and G-Man, who were on top of the soul beasts, couldn't stand still anymore. They were clearly more suspicious than the natives, and they knew more than the natives. They were very suspicious of Xiao Mao, the descendant of the so-called great god Shi Bai who suddenly appeared. However, before they could ask a single question, and before they could hear Xiao Mao say a single word, the entire atmosphere was broken by Chiu. Of course, although they hadn't determined Xiao Mao's identity yet, to be able to stand in front of dozens of soul beasts, this Xiao Mao was definitely not an ordinary person. Following which, Elder Wu and G-Man jumped down from the soul beasts and bowed slightly towards Xiao Mao. Their etiquette was very different from the natives, and it was similar to the etiquette of the Dao sect's cultivators. Following which, Elder Wu and G-Man exchanged a few words, and it seemed like they were greeting each other. Xiao Mao had a smile on his face, but he didn't return the greeting. His expression was as if Elder Wu and G-Man were his juniors, and he also spoke. However, after hearing Xiao Mao's words, Elder Wu and G-Man's eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other, and their shock was replaced by realization. Naturally, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Following which, Elder Wu looked at G-Man, and he was a little hesitant. However, G-Man nodded slightly, and Elder Wu reached into his robes again. When his skinny claw-like hand came out, it was a fist-sized pearl. This pearl was very ordinary, and it was also transparent. From the front of the pearl, one could see Elder Wu's fingerprints when he held the pearl. Elder Wu muttered a few words to G-Man, then walked in front of Xiao Mao, and said a bunch of incomprehensible words. Following which, he passed the pearl to Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was depressed when he heard this. He didn't understand at all, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Elder Wu wanted to use the pearl to check Xiao Mao's identity. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, he didn't hesitate at all, and he reached out his hand to take the pearl. However, when the pearl landed in Xiao Mao's hand, there was no reaction at all. Not only did Xiao Hua's heart skip a beat, even Zhu Xia, who was behind Xiao Hua, who was known to know everything, had a disappointed expression on his face. Ji Wu 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 Elder Wu's expression changed slightly, but Ji-man beside him took a step forward and whispered a few words in Xiao Mao's ear. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Following which, Xiao Mao placed the pearl flat on his palm, and the index finger of his other hand similarly stretched out and placed on the pearl. Slowly, a drop of blood was forced out by Xiao Mao, and it landed on the pearl extremely slowly. Once that drop of blood landed on the pearl, it seeped into it, and in an instant, the entire pearl was covered in blood veins. Both Elder Wu and Ji-man's eyes were fixed on the pearl, and their eyes were filled with fervor. With a peng sound, the bead immediately reacted. The entire bead rushed into the air, and the blood threads in the bead began to rotate strangely, forming a thumb-sized hurricane inside the bead. As the hurricane grew larger, a dark green color appeared from the bottom of the hurricane, and along with the hurricane, it filled the entire pearl. When the entire pearl turned dark green, the dark green color overflowed from the pearl, and slowly, like a fountain, the dark green color filled the air, forming a dense cloud. Wu tilde tilde tilde. It was unknown where a strange cry came from within the dark green cloud, but the entire dark green cloud started to rapidly swell. Soon after, a strange shape appeared from within the dark green cloud. This shape was a monster that was half human and half beast. This monster's head was a human's head, and its facial features were very clear, and it was incomparably ferocious. This monster's body was that of a wild beast, and this wild beast was like a bull, incomparably strong. Moreover, on that human's head, there was a pair of large ears, and on those ears, there were two large snakes that looked exactly like each other. His tilde. It was unknown what the others were thinking, but when Xiao Hua saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this monster wasn't real, with its huge body and ferocious expression, one could tell that it wasn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's that great god Shibai, Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, Xiao Mao's blood essence actually revealed great god Shibai's appearance so clearly. This bloodline must be extremely pure. Looking to the side, Zhu Xia's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With the appearance of this enormous monster, Elder Wu and Ji-man didn't dare to stand anymore. With two putong sounds, they both knelt on the ground. Their reverence and piety were comparable to crying. Naturally, they were kneeling on the monster's image. However, Xiao Mao was right in front of the monster's image, so what was the difference between kneeling and kneeling on the monster's image? When Elder Wu and Ji-man knelt down, all of the soul warriors knelt down as well. What shocked everyone the most were the dozens of soul beasts. The flying beasts that were flying in the air had long since landed on the ground. Their entire wings were curled up, and their bodies were trembling as they collapsed. As for those that were previously standing on the ground, their four legs were bent as they knelt on the ground. These soul beasts could feel the power of this strange image even more than the natives. The most pious of the natives had their teeth chattering, but their eyes seemed to be burning with flames. They pressed their heads tightly against the ground, trying their best to stabilize their trembling bodies. After a moment, the enormous monster's image began to boil violently again. The entire beast's body seemed to be swaying, and the human head also raised its head to make a long howl. The two large snakes beside the large ears also spat out their tongues and rushed straight into the air. Whoosh tilde. A huge wind sound rang out, and the monster's image rapidly shrank. Suddenly, it fell into the pearl in the air. As the pearl spun, the dark green color gradually disappeared, and it returned to its normal transparent state. Xiao Mao's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. Only when the great god Shibai's image appeared did a trace of shock appear on his face. Now that he saw the pearl return to its original state, he stretched out his hand and caught it. -11. Chapter 28:14. Xiao Maro turned to Venerable Wu and Ji-man and said a few words. Only then did both of them stand up respectfully, turned around and shouted at the barbarians and soul warriors. Immediately, all the millions of Meng Mountain's people on the hillside were roaring and yelling, looking like they had gone mad. Even that extremely terrified soul beast flew up into the air, flapping its huge wings along with the crowd's crazed shouts, as if it was expressing its joy. Elder Wu and Ji-man turned around and said a few words to Xiao Maro respectfully with smiles on their faces. They stood on both sides, as if inviting Xiao Maro to go first. Xiao Maro turned around and smiled. "Big brother, let's go. This is Elder Wu and Ji-man of Bayan Stronghold. They invited us to their stronghold." "That?" Xiao Hua nodded and said with dissatisfaction, "You chatted so much with them, what are you talking about? We don't understand a single word that you're saying. You can ask them if they can speak the language of Xiaoyu continent." "Oh, all right." Xiao Maro smiled and turned around to ask a few questions. As expected, Elder Wu and Ji-man hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. They looked at Xiao Hua and said with a stuttering or jerky voice, "Welcome, honorable guests, to my Bayan stronghold. I will send a message to the surrounding shaman strongholds." Elder Wu and Ji-man, inviting them to attend the banquet together. "Congratulations, to the descendant of great god Shibai, don't." Xiao Hua heard and quickly shouted, "Don't spread the news of Xiao Mao's return." "That's right." Xiao Maro reacted and quickly ordered, "You must keep the news of Xiao Mao's return a secret. Don't leak it out." "Ah, why?" Zhu Xia said anxiously, "Xiao Maro is the descendant of great god Shibai. Although he can't command everyone in Meng Mountain, but what?" Xiao Hua sneered, "Little sister Zhu Xia, could it be? The matter you want Xiao Maro to help you with is in Meng Mountain? Tell me, what do you want Xiao Maro to help you with? Don't worry, as long as your request is reasonable, I can guarantee that Xiao Maro will definitely help you." "Sigh, it's not as simple as you think." Zhu Xia sighed. "I thought I was looking for your help, but now it seems like I'm looking for your help, for something else." "What? Just how many things do you have?" Xiao Hua was stunned. "I can't explain it clearly for the time being," Zhu Xia said calmly, then regained her composure. "Anyway, it's best for Xiao Maro to reveal his identity now. With old Wu and Ji-man from the Bayan stronghold, and so many natives." "Absolutely. Absolutely what? Can I help you?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Have you ever wondered why Xiao Maro ended up in the state of Shi? Do you think a citizen of Bailu Stockade can guarantee Xiao Mao's safety? The bloodline of God Shibai, do you understand?" Zhu Xia said in exasperation, "Look at the piety of these natives, look at the fear of these soul beasts. This is the reaction of Xiao Maro when he appeared in the Million Meng Mountains. He is going to return to the Million Meng Mountains. He is the ruler of the Million Meng Mountains. Is this great god Shibai the only great god in Meng Mountains?" Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, as he turned and asked Xiao Maro. Xiao Maro was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Let me ask." Then, Xiao Maro whispered a few words to old Wu. A strange expression flashed across old Wu's face, but he still answered respectfully. Xiao Maro said in a low voice, "Big brother, old Wu said that other than this great god Shibai, there are 11 other great gods in Meng Mountains." So many. Xiao Hua was shocked. "Yes, not only these 12 great gods, there are also many smaller great gods." Xiao Maro smiled bitterly. Look. Xiao Hua turned to look at Zhu Xia and sneered. "He is just a descendant of great god Shibai, and he dares to be arrogant here? Maybe Xiao Mao's parents are." At this point, Xiao Hua stopped talking. Zhu Xia gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Fairy Hong Xia asked curiously, "Then who are the other 11 great gods and the smaller great gods?" "Okay, I know." Xiao Maro said, "I didn't ask. The 11 great gods are Great God Hutu, Great God Gonggong, Great God Zhurong, Great God Dejiang, Great God Xianming, Great God Qiangliang, Great God Zhulong, Great God Gomang, Great God Ayu Shou, Great God Ji Hai, and Great God Tian Wu. They are all as strong as the great god Shi Bai that you transformed into. Fairy Hong Xia was shocked. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. I don't know. Xiao Maro whispered. I don't dare to ask too much. I'll slowly find out about this in the future. Okay, Fairy Hong Xia nodded. If that's the case, I think you shouldn't leak this information out for the time being. After all, there are so many descendants. Who knows which one is your enemy? Chimph, what do you know? Although there are 12 great gods in Meng Mountains is so big. Who knows how far away they are from each other? Near Sword Domain, there are only a few descendants of great god Hutu and great god Shi Bai. Zhu Xia said with disdain. Hmph, why? Xiao Hua said with disdain as well. For Xiao Mao's safety, for him to stay alive and help you, I won't let him expose his whereabout. All right. Zhu Xia thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I'll make it clear. I can follow Xiao Mao. When he has the ability to help me, he must agree to help me. Even now, you still haven't said what he wants to help you with. Who knows if he can help you? Xiao Hua asked. I can't say it now. Zhu Xia shook her head. But I know that Xiao Mao can definitely help me. All right. Xiao Mao nodded. Miss Zhu Xia has saved our lives, and even helped my senior sister heal her injuries. I agree to your conditions. Then, Xiao Mao turned to Elder Wu and Ji-Man and said a few words about Meng Mountains. Elder Wu and Ji-Man didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey. They replied to Xiao Mao respectfully. Xiao Mao nodded and raised his voice to speak to the surrounding soul warriors and natives. The soul warriors and natives all nodded respectfully and then raised their voices to speak. One by one, they passed on Xiao Mao's words to everyone. Elder Wu and Ji-Man said that although they can command these natives and soul warriors, the effect is definitely not as effective as what I said. Xiao Mao explained to Xiao Hua and the others with a smile. Then, Xiao Mao stepped onto the soul beast that Elder Wu was sitting on. Xiao Hua and the others also sat on the soul beast and flew towards Bayan Stronghold. Bayan Stronghold was naturally on top of the mountain behind them. When Xiao Hua and the others flew closer, they realized that those mountain peaks covered by withered branches were actually simple wooden houses built on top of the mountain peaks. This is Bayan Stronghold? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hong Xia in a low voice. It seems different from what I imagined. Yes, it's also different from what I imagined. Fairy Hong Xia said in a low voice, I thought that it would be similar to the mountain strongholds in the country of Xi, where a group of aborigines gathered together and surrounded by a sturdy mud wall or wooden wall to form a large stronghold. That place should be the stronghold that we were talking about. While the two were talking, the soul beast flew past the mountain peaks and arrived at the peak. This was a flat land that was dozens of miles in size. Rows of wooden houses were arranged in an orderly manner, somewhat similar to the strongholds commonly seen in the country of Xi. Of course, the wooden houses here were really simple and crude. A few huge tree trunks poked into the ground, and a few feet above the ground were piled up with thatch and other materials. There was a little space that could be used as a wooden house. Not to mention that there were many places where there were dozens of wooden strips on top of the large tree that could also be called a wooden house. In front of these wooden houses, without exception, there were some soul warriors standing there. Although these soul warriors were dressed a little strangely, their skin had an additional dark color. However, there were some places where the soul beast landed that were quite large. On the left side of a huge open space, there was a courtyard that was dozens of feet tall. Thick wooden pillars and hanging beams formed a rough and extremely spacious wooden house. In front of the wooden house, on the left side of the open space, there were hundreds of men and women of various ages waiting respectfully. When they saw the soul beast land, these men and women prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted something. Xiao Mao jumped down from the soul beast and stretched out his hand. Similarly, he spoke the language of Meng Mountain that Xiao Hua and the rest did not understand, causing these men and women to shout. Master, distinguished guests, please. Elder Wu and Ji-Man landed after them and respectfully invited Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua, and the rest to enter the huge wooden house. Xiao Maro nodded slightly and was the first to enter the wooden house, followed by Xiao Hua and the rest. After walking up a dozen or so steps made of thick logs, what entered everyone's eyes was a wooden house that was dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. They saw that the entire wooden house was made of thick logs. The logs were neatly stacked together, and there were no gaps for wind to pass through. In the middle of the wooden house, there were dozens of thick tree trunks that supported the wooden house. On the tree trunks and the logs around the wooden house, in addition to the tree's inherent texture, there were many patterns that were drawn with dark green paint. These patterns looked like talismans, but also like green seal characters. It looked like they were right, but they were not. Furthermore, on the roof, there were many strange drawings. These drawings were very simple, and the lines were very clear. They looked like figures and human figures, and there were also simple square and triangle patterns. What made Xiao Hua feel the most different was that everywhere in the wooden house, there were skeletons, white bones, and beast skins hanging there. Of course, these white bones were not very big, and were far from the white bones he was looking for. Those skeletons were also of different sizes. Some were clearly human skeletons, and some were beast skeletons. At the top of the wooden house and to the left, there were many beast skins. In front of the beast skins, there were some thin logs that were stacked in a triangular shape. -11. Chapter 28:15. Master, please. Elder Wu respectfully invited Xiao Maro to take a seat, while Ji-Man invited Xiao Hua and the others to accompany him. Xiao Maro did not stand on ceremony. Under Elder Wu's instructions, he sat on the best beast skin. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the rest to sit on the beast skin, Old Wu and Ji-Man walked in front of Xiao Maro and started to chant. Their voices were low and long, and the two of them started to dance at the same time. As the two of them began to dance, among the hundreds of people who had welcomed Xiao Maro outside the wooden house, another 100 or so older men and women also walked in respectfully. They danced along with the two of them. Although it was very strenuous for everyone to dance, and their arms and legs were not very flexible, their faces were filled with joy. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the crowd finally stopped. As Elder Wu and Ji-Man waved their hands, a dark green light flashed past, and the wood in front of Xiao Maro was set ablaze, making crackling sounds. Then, the 100 people all began to move. Not only did the wood in front of Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and the others burn, the rest of the wood was also ignited. Old Wu, Ji-Man, and the 100 people all slowly walked behind the bonfire, saluted Xiao Maro, and slowly sat down on the beast skin. As the wood slowly burned, the entire wooden house began to heat up. Thin wisps of smoke also slowly filled the entire wooden house. The flames flickered, illuminating everyone's faces. Milord Tilda Elder Wu stood to Xiao Mao's left and spoke in Soul Cultivator's language. When he saw Xiao Maro frown, he hurriedly corrected himself. Please wait for a moment. Some of the people in the village will come to pay their respects to you. After that, this lowly one will invite Milord to taste the banquet of our Bayan stronghold. It's all right. Xiao Maro smiled. We'll wait. At this point, Xiao Maro hesitated for a moment before changing his tone. Elder Wu, you don't have to be so courteous, Xiao Maro. I want to see what soul cultivators eat. Even if you don't eat it, I still want to eat it. Zhu Xia's voice sounded in Xiao Mao's ear. Elder Wu said respectfully, Master, how can you not eat when you come to my Bayan stronghold? If other people knew that his lord came to my Bayan stronghold without drinking a single drop of water or eating a single mouthful of millet, how could I retain my face? Please understand, Master. He, all right. Xiao Maro took advantage of the situation and said, you don't have to make it too complicated, just make it simple. Yes, thank you for your understanding, my lord. Elder Wu nodded and gave Ji-Man a look. Ji-Man hurriedly stood up and excused himself from Xiao Maro. It was obvious that he was going to make arrangements personally. Just as Ji-Man walked out of the wooden house, he saw over 10 abnormally old aborigines walking in. My lord, these are the leaders of the people of my Dark Eye stronghold. They represent their clans to come and greet my lord. Elder Wu explained softly with a smile on his face. Xiao Maro didn't know what a clan was and didn't expect there to be so many leaders under Elder Wu. However, he didn't ask much and just nodded with a smile. Those 10 aborigines had white hair and beards. Their bodies were almost all bones and no muscles could be seen. However, these aborigines' eyes were clear and were even filled with piety and tears. When they saw Xiao Maro, they immediately knelt down and almost crawled forward. How could Xiao Maro sit still? He hurriedly got up and wanted to help them up. However, these aborigines didn't seem to let him and kept mumbling. Xiao Maro also replied. When those words fell into their ears, they were even more excited. The tears in their eyes fell with a swish. When these 10 old aborigines left, Xiao Maro thought that there was no more. However, in the end, several batches of aborigines came one after another. There were almost 100 of them. In other words, in this Bayan stronghold, other than Elder Wu and his subordinates, there were over 100 leaders and hundreds of different clans. And the number of aborigines in these hundreds of clans must be even more massive. Although Xiao Maro didn't have the time to ask Elder Wu about the situation in Million Mountain Meng, from what he heard, this Bayan stronghold wasn't considered a big stronghold. There were even bigger strongholds further in. Furthermore, the stronghold that could detect Xiao Mao's origin was even bigger than these ordinary strongholds. Wouldn't that mean there were even more people? This was just the descendant of one great god. What if there were 12 great gods' descendants? No wonder Million Mountain Meng was a forbidden area that Daoist sects couldn't afford to offend. It was really huge. My lord. Elder Wu was constantly observing Xiao Mao's expression. When he saw that Xiao Maro was deep in thought, he immediately smiled and said, "My lord, you must be tired after returning to Meng Mountains today." No. Xiao Maro smiled and said, Just as he said this, Elder Wu quickly smiled and said, "My lord, you can't call yourself I. Didn't you notice? What you called yourself, didn't this lowly one mention it?" This. Xiao Maro frowned and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Of course, he could communicate with Elder Wu using the language of Million Mountain Meng, but Xiao Hua and the others wouldn't understand. Tell me, what should I call myself? Naturally, Xiao Maro couldn't call himself I or I. Allow this lowly one to think about it. Elder Wu was also in a dilemma. He wasn't good at the language used in Xiaoyu continent. If Xiao Maro didn't know, how could he know? But he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Mao's words, so he could only rack his brains. Soon after, some aborigines and soul warriors whose identities Xiao Maro didn't know came to visit him. Thus, he put this matter aside. Finally, when no one else entered the wooden hut, G-Man walked in with 3 women who were dressed in very little. The 3 women were holding a white box in their hands. The box seemed to be made of white bones. At this moment, Elder Wu slapped his forehead. His face was filled with joy as he quickly said, "My lord, this lowly one has an idea." "Oh, tell me." Xiao Maro was surprised. Just now, he sent a message to Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't think of a good title, but Elder Wu, a Million Mountain Meng soul cultivator, could think of one. "My lord, you can call yourself I, or I." Elder Wu smiled apologetically. "In this lowly one's memory, you seem to be the only person in the world who can be called like this. This is exactly the right title for my lord. I. Hearing this, Xiao Maro was puzzled. He asked curiously, How come I've never heard of this title?" "Hehe, my lord, this is an ancient legend. This lowly one has seen it in the shaman scroll or shaman canon in the village, so I can't be wrong. My lord, please call yourself." Elder Wu was very excited that he could find an answer for Xiao Maro. "All right, I'll listen to you." Xiao Maro laughed. "Greetings, my lord." While they were talking, G-Man walked up with a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and the 3 girls walked to the bonfire in front of Xiao Mao. They kneeled on the ground and raised the bone box high above their heads, saying, "My lord, when you first arrived in Meng Mountains, you came to my Bayan village. This lowly one and Elder Wu are overjoyed. Although my Bayan village is one of the 360 villages belonging to the descendants of the great god Shi Bai of Meng Mountains, and we don't have any rare items in our village, it's our honor to have my lord here. These 3 shaman items were obtained by my Bayan village in the early years. They should have been offered to Shi Bayan village, to my lord. But Shi Bayan village has always. Therefore, when my lord came here today, this lowly one wants to offer these items to my lord. Please accept them. This. Xiao Maro was a little hesitant. G-Man's words were vague, and he didn't reveal the key point. How could Xiao Maro accept it? My lord. Seeing this, Elder Wu quickly said in a low voice, "It's been a long time since a descendant of the great god Shi Bai appeared. Now that my lord has returned to Meng Mountains, it's our great fortune. It's also my Meng Mountains' great fortune. By offering these items to my lord, my Bayan village is showing my lord our sincerity. My Bayan village will not submit to anyone who isn't a descendant of the great god Shi Bayan village. Please have mercy, my lord." Elder Wu didn't say much, but he revealed a lot of information. Xiao Maro sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, looking at this situation, this Elder Wu must have some inside information. He's offering these items to show his loyalty. How can I not accept them? Sure enough, Xiao Hua's voice came into his ears. Damn it, you still don't want the items that are delivered to your doorstep. Hehe, I know what you're trying to do. How can I not accept them? Xiao Maro nodded. He raised his hand and took the 3 bone boxes. When G-Man heard Xiao Maro call himself he didn't understand at first. Then, he was overjoyed and bowed down again. This lowly one congratulates my lord. I hope that my lord can take control of Shi Bayan village soon. When the group of soul warriors saw G-Man bowing down, although they didn't know what G-Man was talking about, they didn't dare to neglect him. They walked out from behind the bonfire and bowed down, saying something that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. When Xiao Maro heard what G-Man said, he felt a little unhappy, as if he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. But what could he say at this moment? He raised his hand and murmured a few words, asking everyone to stand up. Standing at the side, Xiao Hua smiled. Initially, he thought that these millions of natives of Meng Mountains were not very civilized, and even the brains of soul cultivators might not be useful. But, judging from Elder Wu and G-Man's actions and words, how could they be any worse than the cultivators of Daoist sect? With just a few words, they had shown their loyalty to Xiao Maro, the descendant of the great god of Shi Bai, and even praised Xiao Maro to a new height. They had even placed the responsibility of taking control of Shi Bayan village on his shoulders when Xiao Maro wasn't on guard. If Xiao Maro really took control of Shi Bayan village, what benefits would Elder Wu and G-Man get? Even if Xiao Maro couldn't take control of Shi Bayan village, what would they lose? What about the 3 white bone boxes? They were meant to be given to Shi Bayan village. Even Xiao Hua understood, so how could Juxia not understand? Juxia's eyes were curved from smiling. My lord, please have a seat. G-Man stood up. Without waiting for Xiao Maro to speak, he respectfully asked Xiao Maro to sit down. He smiled and said, My lord, this is your first time in Meng Mountains. This lowly one has prepared the delicacies of my Bayan village. I hope that my lord, and my lord's old friends can enjoy them. -11. Chapter 28:16. Good. Xiao Maro nodded and smiled. I also want to see the delicacies you've been waiting for. At this point, Xiao Maro suddenly realized something. G-Man seemed to know that this was his first time in the Million Meng Mountains, and Elder Wu had also vaguely mentioned it. Could it be that they knew he had always been outside the Million Meng Mountains? Could it be that they knew about his parents? G-Man glanced at Elder Wu, and without giving Xiao Maro a chance to speak, he clapped his hands and shouted something. Immediately, a bird's cry could be heard from outside the wooden house. Everyone's vision darkened as the spirit beast they saw earlier flew in from outside the wooden house and landed in the wooden house. On the back of the spirit beast stood an old spirit warrior. Its several long wings flapped slightly, causing all the bonfires to sway. This is Xiao Hua saw the spirit beast fly in and was rather puzzled. He looked curiously at Elder Wu and Ji-man, not knowing what game they were playing. The spirit beast landed on the wooden plank and walked in front of the bonfire. Its fist-sized eyes looked at Xiao Mao, and an indescribable feeling came from within them. The spirit warrior on the spirit beast jumped down and bowed in front of Xiao Mao. Then, he jumped back on the spirit beast's back and patted his hands. The spirit beast crawled on the ground and its head landed in front of the bonfire. The spirit warrior reached out and took out a foot-long black soul weapon from his waist. He moved it along the spirit beast's neck and towards its head. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mao couldn't help but ask. "Master." Ji-man was just about to speak. Another bird's cry could be heard. Another spirit beast that was twice as big as this one flew in, but this one didn't have a spirit warrior on its back. This spirit beast saw the spirit beast in front of it fall to the ground and cried even more mournfully. Its entire body rushed into the wooden house and its fluttering wings blew all the bonfires back. "Evil creature." Ji-man saw the spirit beast rush in and his face changed. He pointed his hand at his forehead and the spirit beast's body trembled violently, as if it was suffering from intense pain. However, the soul beast didn't change its direction. It continued to charge towards the soul beast in front of it and landed next to the smaller soul beast in front of it. Its head, which was larger than the soul beast in front of it, was also in front of the bonfire. The small soul beast let out a small cry and tilted its head to the side to bump against the large soul beast's head. Tears began to flow from its eyes. "No matter what's going on?" Xiao Mao said anxiously. "My lord." Old Wu said helplessly, "The brain matter of this green witch feather is the most effective for the advancement of our soul spells, especially the brain matter of these 5 years old. My Bai Lu stockade doesn't have anything special. I can only invite you to taste it. What about this Qing Shi Wu Yu?" Xiao Mao looked at the one beside him and asked without changing his expression. "This little blue witch feather is the child of that big blue witch feather." Old Wu sighed and said, "Maybe it found out about this, so it specially came to replace its child. Even soul beasts have such affection for their children and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Why can't we eat it raw?" Xiao Mao said coldly, "Even if I obtain a soul spell because of this, how can I be at ease? My lord is merciful. This lowly one is truly inferior." Old Wu's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly knelt down. "Listen to my orders." Xiao Mao looked at the two soul beasts in such a miserable state and waved his hand. "From today onwards, we Bai's descendants are not allowed to eat the green witch feather's brain matter raw. No one dares to disobey my lord's orders." Ji-man was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Following that, he began to mumble to the crowd again, and the crowd began to shout loudly. Xiao Mao, you're sinking deeper and deeper." Xiao Hua sighed as if he could see Xiao Mao walking step by step onto the high platform arranged by Ji-man and Old Wu. Xiao Hua understood, so how could Xiao Mao not think more? However, Xiao Mao also did not understand whether the matter of the green witch feather just now was arranged by Ji-man. However, looking at the gratitude and affection in the two green witch feathers' eyes, Xiao Mao's heart did not hurt. He understood that even if he knew the inside story, he would definitely stop this matter. "My lord," Ji-man said very apologetically, "just now, the green witch feather was indeed this lowly one's thoughtlessness. Please punish me, my lord." "No need, I'm not a careful person." Xiao Mao waved his hand. "I know your intentions, but I hope that the following delicacies will not only be mine alone. Since it's a banquet, we should all eat it. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together." Ji-man clearly did not understand what instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together meant. However, she still smiled and said, "My lord has wronged this lowly one. The meat of the green witch feather was originally given to my lord's old acquaintance and us lowly ones to use." Xiao Mao nodded. Then, Ji-man ordered the spirit warriors to deliver more delicacies. This time, as Xiao Mao said, a small cauldron about a foot long and half a foot tall was presented in front of everyone. The small cauldron had a lid on it, so no one could see what was inside. Moreover, there was some residual heat on the small cauldron, and a sweet fragrance was emitted from the small cauldron. This sweet fragrance was extremely strange. When smelling it, it seemed to enter the depths of one's soul. An extremely comfortable feeling was born from the bottom of everyone's heart. The feeling of floating, the impulse to dance and dance involuntarily arose. Others did not know, but Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the fragrance of the twilight moon. However, the fragrance of the twilight moon was extremely faint, and very long. This fragrance was somewhat thick and fishy, and even made Xiao Hua feel that it was somewhat domineering. Looks like this old witch feather really took out something good. Xiao Hua smiled. However, before he could lift the lid in front of him, he heard Fairy Hong Xia, who was not far away, let out a cry of surprise. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw that Fairy Hong Xia had already lifted the lid of the cauldron. One of her hands was holding the lid, while the other hand was covering her mouth. Her eyes were also looking at Xiao Hua, and those eyes were filled with disgust and surprise. Immediately, Xiao Hua became very curious about the item in the cauldron. Oh no, could it be that this cauldron? Xiao Hua's hand touched the lid of the cauldron, and he felt the warmth of the cauldron lid. A bad feeling arose in his heart. These millions of natives of Meng Mountain can eat raw human flesh, and just now, that G-Man even offered up his soul beast. Huff tilde when Xiao Hua lifted the lid of the cauldron, a gust of hot air rushed into the air, and a thick fragrance gathered without dissipating. It actually formed a light mist that seemed to have the shape of a human. However, when Xiao Hua saw the item in the cauldron, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Suddenly, many goosebumps appeared on his body, but his heart was still at ease. Fortunately, after all, it's not a native's baby. Inside the small cauldron, there were beetles that he saw on the mountain path. There were probably hundreds or even thousands of beetles. The black shells were placed next to each other, and the tiny feelers and antennae were clearly visible. With so many beetles piled together, even if there were a few stalks of dark green grass in the middle, at first glance, it was naturally an indescribable feeling of disgust. Fortunately, Fairy Hong Xia saw it first, and Xiao Hua was already prepared. Moreover, his preparation was the worst, so the disgust he felt when he saw the beetles was nothing. When he looked at Xiao Maro again, his face was also showing a difficult expression. Master, Old Wu said with a smile. The grass in the cauldron is the resurrection grass, which is only found near the Bayan stronghold. This item is not very useful, but if it is paired with these beetles, it will be an excellent item. Master, please use it. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the cauldron in front of him, took a deep breath, and inhaled the human-shaped light mist. He closed his eyes slightly, obviously enjoying it very much. Xiao Maro raised his head and looked at the others. They had all inhaled the light mist, and then looked at him eagerly, obviously waiting for him to consume it first. Xiao Maro was helpless. He took a deep breath first, and as Old Wu said, the previous aroma had already made him feel happy. When he inhaled the light mist, a feeling of liveliness appeared in his mind. However, looking at the disgusting beetles, Xiao Maro still could not swallow them, and did not even want to stretch out his hand. Master G-Man said with a smile. Master, even if you are not used to eating this, you have to eat it first. Otherwise, the others will not consume it. If this item is cold, it will no longer be effective. Since you have already made it, don't waste it. Old Wu also advised. Moreover, these people have not tasted it for a long time. Today, thanks to your presence, they have a chance to taste it. Master, don't disappoint them. All right. Xiao Maro knew that they were not afraid that others would understand them if they used the language of the three kingdoms. He nodded and said, I will only consume one. I will bestow the rest to you. As he spoke, Xiao Maro pointed his finger, and a beetle floated up and landed in his mouth. Immediately, a fishy and unpleasant taste came from his mouth and tongue. It was far from the aroma he had smelled before. Xiao Maro used his saliva to wrap the beetle and forced himself to swallow it. He opened his mouth and uttered a series of words. Immediately, the whole wooden house was filled with jubilation, and everyone greedily ate the beetle. Even old Wu and G-Man stretched out their hands, grabbed the beetle from the small cauldron, and swallowed it into their stomachs. Xiao Maro turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. How could these Dao sect cultivators have the appetite to eat beetles? They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Xiao Maro smiled and waved his hand. The small cauldron flew up and landed in front of old Wu. However, before he could speak, old Wu stopped swallowing and hurriedly said, "Master, this is the territory of my Meng Mountains. It is best to use less of the Dao sect's tricks." Xiao Maro frowned slightly. Old Wu felt that his words were a little harsh, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Master is the descendant of my great god Shibai. How can you use the Dao sect's insignificant tricks? Let's not talk about the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If you use them in Meng Mountains, not only will you lose your noble status, others will also." -11. Chapter 28:17. Hihi, so you know I know the Dao sect spells. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Maro snickered in his heart. However, before Elder Wu could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound came from afar, and it was extremely fast. In a moment, it grew from small to loud, and in the end, it actually felt like it covered the sky and covered the earth. When Xiao Hua heard it, he had already released his Buddhist sense. When he understood what was going on, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. "Xiao Mao, this meal of yours is really something. It's really interesting. Just now, that soul beast hasn't even eaten yet, and its mother has already found it. Now, these beetles haven't even eaten yet, and their parents and aunts have already found it. Of course, just outside the stronghold, the beetles that filled the sky swarmed over from all directions, as if covering the sky and covering the sun. They were even more ferocious than what Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Mao's expression changed greatly. How could he not hear the sarcasm? He originally treated these millions of natives and even these soul warriors of Meng Mountains by and stronghold as his family. But now, his bottom line was being challenged again and again. How could he not have other thoughts? "Master." Although Elder Wu didn't have the divine sense of Xiao Hua and the others, he still had other divine abilities. Just that familiar buzzing sound alone was enough to know what had happened. Elder Wu couldn't care less about swallowing the beetles and hurriedly got up. G-Man was even more shocked. She thought even more and hurriedly jumped out from behind the bonfire, prostrated herself in front of Xiao Mao, and cried, "Master, I definitely don't mean anything. Eating the green witch feather is the most suitable for the size of the 3 moon ridge. But in these few decades, the production of the green witch feather has decreased, and even the resurrection grass is almost extinct. And that green witch feather from before is the youngest soul beast of my Bayan stronghold. I sincerely want to invite Master to taste it. I definitely don't have any distracting thoughts. As for that old green witch feather, it's no longer a soul beast of my Bayan stronghold. It's only placed near the stronghold because the number of soul beasts in the stronghold has decreased. I didn't expect her to be able to break in here. I'll give the order right away to kill this Qing Shi Wu Yu." Xiao Maro became even angrier. "Did we say so much just to have you kill this thing? Who do you think I am?" Yes. G-Man panicked. "It's all my fault. I know that Master is a benevolent person and would never vent his anger on the soul beasts because of this matter. It's all my fault. This lowly one is willing to accept the punishment. Please quell your anger." Seeing the old G-Man crying and begging for mercy, Xiao Maro couldn't bear it and said, "Then what's with the beetles outside the village?" "My lord, the beetles that my lord consumes are all raised together with the resurrection grass. Only in this way can the two achieve the best result. The beetles outside the stronghold are definitely not here because my lord consumed them." Seeing that Xiao Mao's tone had softened, G-Man hurriedly explained. Wu tilde. Just as G-Man was explaining, a loud bird cry came from outside the wooden house. Several tall and thin spirit warriors appeared at the door. The faces of these spirit warriors were filled with anxiety and fear. They quickly walked up to Xiao Maro and respectfully saluted him. Their mouths were muttering strange words. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and asked a few questions. These spirit warriors answered honestly. Then, Xiao Mao lowered his head and looked at the bonfire in front of him thoughtfully. Beside him, Elder Wu and Ji-man's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at Xiao Mao nervously. Big brother. Xiao Mao suddenly raised his head. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled. Is it very difficult to handle? Sigh, yes. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. I've just set foot in the Meng Mountains. The joy of knowing my background hasn't faded, and these beetles are already causing trouble. With Big Brother's innate true water, we won't have to worry about survival. Why worry? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Xiao Mao shook his head. We can escape, but what about these soul cultivators? What about those aborigines? Little brother. I suddenly feel like I can't let them go. A few days ago, when Xiao Mao saw millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, he didn't even frown when he killed hundreds of them with a single spell. But now, knowing that these people might be his own people, how could he bear to let them go? Even if he had to face the disgust and embarrassment of those aborigines, he wouldn't feel it anymore. Little brother wants to borrow Big Brother and senior sister's beetles. Xiao Mao suddenly said, but what he said made Xiao Hua stunned. Take it, take it. Xiao Hua waved his hand in confusion. How could he eat something that Xiao Mao didn't want to eat? While murmuring, Xiao Mao said a few more words to those few spirit warriors. Those few spirit warriors had a look of disbelief in their eyes, while Old Wu and Ji-man had a wry smile on their faces. Plop, plop, plop. Several spirit warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. This time, it was different from before. Several spirit warriors crawled across the bonfire until they reached Xiao Mao's feet. Sobbing, they placed their heads in front of Xiao Mao's feet and raised their hands in front of him. They were absolutely pious. Xiao Hua was stunned. He already knew that Xiao Mao had given these few cauldrons to these few spirit warriors, but he didn't expect them to be so grateful. After Xiao Mao said a few words, those spirit warriors took the small cauldrons from Xiao Hua and others with tears of gratitude, then carefully walked out. Master. Old Wu hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, these beetles are different from usual today. There are too many of them. My spirit warriors. I'm afraid they won't be able to resist them. Master, you should avoid them for now. Avoid them? Xiao Mao frowned and asked in confusion, why are these beetles flying here? Where can we avoid them? If we leave, what about the people of the Bayan stronghold? Old Wu's face turned awkward, but Ji-man hurriedly said, Master, you don't only have so many people in the Bayan stronghold. In the other strongholds, there are as many as the hairs on an ox. Of course, we won't leave, but Master, you have to. This situation is very dangerous. If Master doesn't leave now, then after a while, even if Master and Master are old friends, I'm afraid it won't be good. Let's go, we'll go take a look. Xiao Mao ignored Ji-man's anxiety and stepped over the bonfire. Old Wu and Ji-man were helpless, but at the same time, there was a strange look in their eyes. The 100 or so spirit warriors in the wooden hut also knew the reason for this. Their faces were filled with fear, as if these little beetles were extremely powerful. Seeing Xiao Mao stand up and leave, everyone followed behind Old Wu and Ji-man. As soon as they left the wooden hut, they saw the layers of beetles covering the entire sky above their heads. They were slowly pressing down on the entire Bayan stronghold. Hiss! Old Wu, Ji-man, and the others all gasped, and their expressions changed again. Earlier in the wooden hut, they heard the spirit warriors report and knew the situation was urgent. But when they saw so many beetles, they knew the situation was far more serious than they thought. With the beetles covering such a large area, where could they escape to? If they escaped, what would the natives of the Bayan stronghold do? Right now, in the sky, other than the beetles, there were hundreds of soul beasts cruising in the sky. This should be the Bayan stronghold's defense. However, before these beetles could even get close, the continuous waves of energy that surged like waves covered the entire Bayan stronghold. These waves were like silk, as if they wanted to entangle all the natives and soul warriors in the Bayan stronghold. My goodness, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, did this Bai Lu stronghold's elder Wu eat too many beetles? These beetles are here to avenge their fellow sufferers. Old Wu. What is going on? Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Xiao Maro whispered, these beetles are commonly seen in Meng Mountains. They don't usually attack people. Why is there such a large formation today? Master, you don't know. Old Wu hesitated and whispered, Master, what you know is all in the past. These beetles usually don't attack people, but, in these dozens of years, they have changed a little. They often attack people in the stronghold. And every once in a while, they will attack the stronghold in large numbers. But, they have never attacked on such a large scale. I'm asking for the reason. Xiao Mao asked directly when he saw that Old Wu was being vague again. Well. Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua and the others and smiled bitterly. Master, please grant me the reason for this. After this is over, I will report it to you alone. All right. Xiao Mao thought for a while and said, go and command them quickly. Don't worry about us. Yes. Old Wu looked at G-Man. Both of them waved their hands and gave a few orders. 2 birds landed. Both of them stepped on one bird and soared into the sky. Big brother. Xiao Maro looked around and saw that there was no one around and whispered, how much innate true water do you have left? How many spirit warriors can you protect? Alas, of course I have a lot of innate true water, Xiao Hua sighed, but there are more than 100,000 spirit warriors and natives in this Bayan stronghold. Big brother can't protect them all. You should think about how to disperse these beetles. Miss Juxia. Xiao Maro knew that Xiao Hua's innate true water could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, so he turned around and said, I don't know what you want, but if you can disperse these beetles, even if it's something I can't do, Old Wu and G-Man of Bayan stronghold will agree. Juxia's expression didn't change. Hearing Xiao Mao's question, she said indifferently, I want to disperse them, but do you think I have the ability? If I had the ability, why would I ask for your help? Juxia. Xiao Maro begged again, at least, you know the weakness of these beetles better than us, right? -11. Chapter 28:18. Unfortunately, Juxia shook his head, I only know that these things are called beetles. I only know that they can break through Cultivator's magic power and Swordsman's sword energy. This is the first time I've seen them, so how would I know their weakness? If you ask me, isn't that like asking a blind person? Xiao Maro didn't believe that Juxia, who knew everything, wouldn't know the weakness of these beetles. He sighed, thinking that Juxia would be happy to see these beetles break through the Bayan stronghold and kill all the soul warriors and native. In the face of so many beetles, the Bayan stronghold's soul warriors and soul beasts were too few. Hundreds of soul beasts split up and only blocked a portion of the stronghold where Xiao Maro and the others were. They didn't have time to worry about the rest of the mountain. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. In the midst of the beetles, a chanting sound could be heard. At first, this sound was very weak and almost inaudible, but after a while, it became louder and louder. At the origin of this sound, a faint green color could be seen. The entire Bayan stronghold seemed to be shrouded in this green color. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that the 100 or so soul warriors that had been standing behind them had now run to the plaza in front of the wooden house. There were many soul warriors and many soul beasts that couldn't fly had already gathered there. They seemed to be in different formations as they began to dance and make strange noises from their mouths. This sound was similar to what Xiao Maro said before, but it was completely different. Following this chanting and dancing, strands of dark green light could be seen coming out from between the eyebrows of the soul warriors and natives. They gradually converged and shot into the sky. Hey! Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Aren't these the syllables of the Green Seal script? When Xiao Hua was traveling in Meng, he met Yun Tengyu of the Misty Cloud School. Yun Tengyu actually knew how to pronounce the Green Seal script. Xiao Hua also learned this secret technique and even knew how to summon clouds and summon rain. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had seen Yun Tengyu use a few of the Green Seal script and immediately overdraft his body's essence. How could he do something so harmful to himself? Therefore, he had been searching for a secret technique to use his soul strands to release the Green Seal text. But now, they heard that the soul warrior of the Bayan stronghold could actually recite the seemingly right but actually wrong syllables of the Green Seal script. Moreover, it seemed that not only the soul warrior, but also all the natives of the Bayan stronghold could understand it. How could they not be astonished? Layers of dark green light soared into the sky, gradually converging and covering the entire mountain peak. However, how could the beetle's fluctuation be easy to deal with? Before the dark green brilliance could be born, it was disturbed by the ripples. When it was born tenaciously and gathered together, the ripples continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the stronghold, constantly destroying the brilliance. However, the natives and soul warriors of the Bayan stronghold were obviously well trained. They were far superior to those unintelligent beetles. Gradually, they began to gain the ability to resist. Of course, under the suppression of the ripples, the dark green brilliance could not reach high enough. It could only stop at a low altitude. In the midst of the stalemate, facing the seemingly endless number of beetles, Elder Wu finally launched his attack. Elder Wu waved his hand and took out a foot-long white bone staff from his chest. At the top of the bone staff, there was a human skull the size of a fist. It revealed an indescribable terror. Gar-Tilda, the soul beast under Elder Wu's feet, let out a long cry and soared into the sky. The other several hundred soul beasts cried out at the same time. Under the command of the soul warrior, they all flew in different directions like a soul formation. When the beetles came close, Elder Wu felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The space between his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He secretly felt bitter. It wasn't like the beetles hadn't attacked before. Elder Wu knew in his heart what kind of beetles the Bayan stronghold could withstand and what kind of numbers they couldn't. He knew very well that the number of beetles today had already exceeded the limit of what the Bayan stronghold could withstand. Other than giving up and temporarily hiding, there was no other way. Although the price of giving up the Bayan stronghold was great, it was still better than dying here, right? However, facing Xiao Mao, the descendant of God Shi Bai, he didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that this is also a curse? Elder Wu suddenly woke up. It's fine if he doesn't set foot in Meng Mountains. But once he sets foot in Meng Mountains, is he really going to be killed? Could it be that the descendants of God Shi Bai? However, before Elder Wu could think any further, a seemingly solid imprisonment gradually appeared around him. Not only did it trap him, even the soul beast under his feet was struggling to flap its wings. Gulp. Elder Wu uttered an inexplicable syllable in Green Seal script. A faint brilliance emerged from the space between his eyebrows and landed on the bone staff he raised. Whoosh. Instantly, the entire bone staff turned from snow white to dark green. There were even 2 spots of green light vaguely appearing between the eyes of the human skull. Following that, Elder Wu very sensitively waved his hand, and the human skull rushed downward. 2 faint brilliance shot out from the skull's eyes and landed on the dark green brilliance that looked like ripples in water. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the brilliance created ripples. At the same time, as Elder Wu waved the bone staff in his hand again, the bone staff seemed to be extremely heavy and extremely slow. A brilliance that was dozens of feet in size followed the green brilliance and rushed up into the sky. However, just as the brilliance surged up, it was disturbed by the fluctuations of the beetles. The periphery of the brilliance shook violently, and it quickly disappeared. When the brilliance reached Elder Wu, it was already dozens of feet in size. Boom! There was a low and heavy sound as Elder Wu waved his bone staff, and the brilliance of the light struck the beetles in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a series of crisp sounds, the beetles within a few dozen feet, as well as the beetles within 100 feet of the light pillar, were all shot down by the light pillar. Tens of thousands of beetles fell from the air like pitch-black raindrops. But there were simply too many beetles. Before the brilliance of the light dissipated, more beetles from dozens of feet away came surging over and began to fall from the sky. Of course, every time a swarm of beetles fell, a patch of green light would be consumed. In just a moment, the pillar of light that soared into the sky was melted by the swarm of beetles, and gradually disappeared. Looking at Elder Wu's left side, the spirit warriors on the dozens of soul beasts were also using their respective soul armaments. Beams of light flew up and struck the beetles in different places. But their beams were clearly smaller than Elder Wu's, and the beetles they struck down were much less. The beetles struck down by the spirit warriors were a lot, but compared to the beetles that covered the sky, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was truly insignificant. Troublesome Xiao Hua watched from below and sighed. The fluctuations of the beetles were so powerful that it blocked his Buddhist sense. He couldn't pass through at all, and the fluctuations could even corrode his Buddhist sense. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release too much of it. The innate primordial water can avoid the beetles. I wonder if the innate jellyfish can drive them away. With the innate primordial water, Xiao Hua was confident that he could safely bring Xiao Maro and the others out of Bayan stronghold. But the consequences were also very serious. Xiao Maro would lose the hearts of the people he had just gathered in Bayan stronghold. If he wanted to be the emperor again, it would be extremely difficult. Maybe I should use the Samadhi true fire? Or maybe a soul fire? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he pondered. It was easy to see that there were too many beetles. But with Xiao Hua's strength, even if he had a powerful soul fire, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Maybe I can only use Xiao Do. Xiao Hua saw that his last hope was on Xiao Do. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't know how to use Xiao Do. When he held it in his hand, it was no different from the small cauldron in front of him. Thinking back and forth, Xiao Hua didn't seem to have any ideas. But when he looked at Juxia, he saw that she still had a calm expression on her face. It was as if she had a card up her sleeve. Juxia Tilda, what method do you have to drive these beetles away? Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and asked. In Juxia's eyes, Xiao Hua wasn't comparable to Xiao Mao. Juxia couldn't help but ask. But she still shook her head and said, the beetles may be small, but there are too many of them. Even if a Yuanying cultivator came, if he didn't have a special ability, he wouldn't be able to drive them away. How can little sister have a way? But, from your expression, you don't seem worried at all. Xiao Hua laughed. Hehe, with brother-in-law here, what is little sister afraid of? Juxia laughed, then looked at the frowning Xiao Maro in front of her and said, besides, the person little sister is looking for is someone who can help little sister greatly. Little sister firmly believes that Xiao Maro will be able to drive these beetles away. You mean, his bloodline? Xiao Hua knew about Xiao Mao's background, but other than his bloodline, Xiao Hua really couldn't think of anything else he could use. His bloodline. I'm afraid it's the main culprit that attracted these beetles. Juxia chuckled. If it's used to drive the beetles away, it's possible. But he can't use the power of his bloodline. So how can he drive the beetles away? Then you still think he can? Xiao Hua asked, puzzled. This brother-in-law doesn't understand. Juxia pursed her lips and smiled. Little sister can naturally sense that he can do it. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Unfortunately, although his karma hand had made some progress, there was already some profound understanding in his mind. If he used it here, he still couldn't use it. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, high up in the sky, the soul warriors of Bayan stronghold launched another attack. Ji-Man, who hadn't made any movements until now, directly rushed to the front and stretched out her hands. Her palms emitted a faint jade-green color, while Elder Wu and the others were below her. Ji-Man chanted softly, and a faint brilliance similar to green seal characters flew out. Ji-Man immediately danced on top of the soul beast, and the brilliance of the green seal characters followed her dance and wrapped around her. -11. Chapter 28:19. Cuckoo Tilda Elder Wu and the other spirit warriors spoke a strange melody at the same time. Once again, they swung their spirit weapons in unison. Dozens of huge pillars of light shot up into the sky, but this time, they flew towards G-Man and not the beetles. All the pillars of light that hit G-Man were absorbed by the green seal text on her body. Then, they spun rapidly and formed a huge ball of light. This ball of light was dark green in color. Inside it, there were emerald green soul text flowing everywhere. Although the beetles in the sky pressed down slowly, they were still gradually approaching. When the ball of light around G-Man formed, the beetles were already in front of the ball of light. Countless beetles surged and formed different patterns. It really looked like a strange giant face, laughing evilly as it pounced towards the ball of light. Woo-tilda with a loud vibration, the ball of light around G-Man rushed out and turned into a light screen several hundred feet in size. The light screen spread towards the beetles in the sky. Every thin light was like a murderous sword, piercing through the beetles that blocked the sunlight. A gap of nearly 1,000 feet appeared in the tide of beetles. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Maro couldn't help but applaud. Looking at the spirit warriors and natives on the square, they all jumped up and seemed to have won. However, before they could celebrate, the remaining beetles didn't disperse. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. The beetles near the gap of 1,000 feet were almost 3 times faster than the tide hitting the shore. They quickly filled up the gap. The light that appeared in the sky quickly disappeared. The entire Bayan stronghold became dark again. Coo coo coo. The natives' clamor began to grow louder. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. They were afraid that when the beetles attacked the Bayan stronghold, they were all defeated by G-Man and Elder Wu. Looking at the sky again, G-Man collapsed on the back of her soul beast. She seemed to have no strength left. The soul beast under her was also exhausted. It flapped its wings and seemed to be unable to hold on. At this moment, the swarm of beetles was already above G-Man's head. Perhaps because these beetles had gained intelligence, or because they were moving too fast and too many, thousands of beetles were squeezed out of the swarm and pounced on G-Man. The beetles' actions were obviously out of G-Man's expectations. She didn't even notice it until Elder Wu shouted. However, it was too late as the beetles were already in front of her. G-Man didn't hesitate to jump off her soul beast's back. She couldn't control her soul beast in time and it was instantly surrounded by the beetles. When G-Man's eyes landed, how could Xiao Maro still stand there? The mana in his body surged as he flew up rapidly. However, Elder Wu's soul beast let out a long cry and rushed towards G-Man. It flew under G-Man's body and caught the weakened G-Man. Xiao Maro hesitated slightly. Just as he was about to fly down, Xiao Hua's voice rang out beside him. "Let's go and take a look." "Yes, big brother," Xiao Maro replied and followed behind Xiao Hua, flying into the air. Master Elder Wu saw Xiao Maro flying over and smiled bitterly. "It's all because of my incompetence that I made Master worried. Let the Lord reveal his cultivation." "No matter." Xiao Maro didn't mind. "Things are urgent, how can I care so much? My people are my people, it has nothing to do with my cultivation." Then, Xiao Maro looked at G-Man and asked with concern, "How is G-Man now?" Although G-Man's face was as white as paper, she didn't exhaust her essence like Yun Tengyu when she chanted the green seal text. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I will rest for a while. However, this is already the limit of what I can do. Master, it's better to hide first." Saying that, G-Man's body suddenly trembled rapidly. Dirty blood gushed out from her mouth and nose like spring water. "This is..." Xiao Maro was shocked. Before he could ask, a mournful wail came from high up in the sky. Xiao Maro and Xiao Hua hurriedly raised their heads and saw that the soul beast covered in beetles was silent after a cry. Its wings also stopped flapping and its body fell from the sky. The most frightening thing was that when the dead soul beast landed near Xiao Hua and the others, the flesh on the soul beast's corpse had already been greatly reduced. In many places, white bones could be seen. When the corpse landed on the ground with Xiao Hua and the others' gazes, the corpse had already completely turned into white bones. Where the corpse landed, there were already soul beasts and soul warriors waiting. Wherever the green light went, the beetles were destroyed one by one. Some of the natives nearby were unavoidably injured by the beetles. Psi tilde master. Elder Wu said softly, you saw it too. There are too many beetles, it's definitely not something that we can handle. Master's strength is still weak, it's best to avoid them. Elder Wu tilde Xiao Maro was still somewhat lucky. He asked, do these beetles have any weaknesses? Could it be that there's no way to restrain them? Moreover, these beetles grew in the vicinity of the Bailu stockade. Could it be that they can't be killed before they become beetles? Alright, Master knows. Elder Wu knew that Xiao Maro was unwilling to give up. Looking at the unconscious G-man, he smiled bitterly. These beetles naturally have weaknesses. If Master's soul technique is perfected and can use the power of a great god, these beetles won't be a problem. But if Master's soul technique is not perfected, nothing can stop these beetles. Then, Elder Wu looked up at the dense swarm of beetles and said, these beetles are herbivores. After midnight, they become grass and only at noon the next day will they become beetles. When they become grass, they aren't scary and are often our food. Even when they become beetles, they will only move out on a sunny day. Occasionally, they will attack the Wu village in groups. They aren't much of a threat. We only need to hold on until midnight and everything will disappear. But now, because of the drought, these beetles have become withered branches after turning into grass. When they turn into beetles again, they are much more powerful. Of course, just as my lord has seen, these beetles can also bear fruit, and these fruits are our food. We can't kill them all. Previously, the beetles have attacked Bailu village countless times, but under G-man's attack, they all scattered. They even retreated in defeat before they could use this move. Who knows why there are so many of them today and why their attacks are so fierce. Now, it seems that we can't hold on until midnight. These beetles will turn into grass. So, Master, please avoid them. When midnight comes, everything will disappear and our Bailu village will still be the same as before. Xiao Maro knew what Elder Wu said was true, but he also understood that the natives of Bailu village wouldn't be able to hold on until midnight. They would all become the beetles' food. What you said earlier. What's the reason why the beetles attacked Bailu village? Xiao Maro thought for a moment and asked. This. Elder Wu hesitated again. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, this can't be told to outsiders. Please understand, Master, this is my big brother. My life is all thanks to him. Xiao Maro said angrily, it's fine if others can't tell, but there's no privacy in front of my big brother. Elder Wu was still hesitating, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Elder Wu, it's fine if you don't say it. But, Elder Wu, there's something that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Please tell me. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't press him, Elder Wu's face relaxed. He looked at the approaching beetles and said hurriedly, Elder Wu, why do these beetles only attack Bailu village on a sunny day? Don't they come out on a cloudy day? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Oh, that's right. Elder Wu said hurriedly, these beetles are bisexual. They are most afraid of rain and humidity. If it's a cloudy day, even if they turn into beetles, they are still weak. Why would they come out? Needless to say, attack. You are Master's old acquaintance. Please prioritize Master's safety. Please advise Master to avoid them. Ha ha ha. There's no need to avoid them. Xiao Hua laughed and said, I'll help you drive away the beetles. But before that, you have to answer my next question. Ah, you, please tell me. Elder Wu almost couldn't believe it. These beetles that covered the sky, even he couldn't do anything. What could this Dao sect cultivator do? Big brother, can you really do it? Xiao Maro was also ecstatic. Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Maro and stared at G-man. What was G-man chanting in the sky just now? How did she manage to chant it? Oh, this. Elder Wu thought Xiao Hua was going to ask something. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, this is the witchcraft incantation used by the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain. Almost all of G-man can chant it. It doesn't need anything special. You should want to chant it too. But, as far as I know, only the people of Meng Mountain, and only a few women can chant it. Dao sect cultivators definitely can't chant it. What the people below are chanting is different from this. Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He pointed down and said, "Yes, they are also chanting witchcraft incantations. But it's a kind of incantation that relies on instinct. It's different from what G-Man use. Your Excellency should just give up on this idea." Previously, many cultivators and swordsmen had sneaked into my Bayan stronghold. Although my Bayan stronghold didn't set up any defenses against them, it's impossible for them to practice soul art. Elder Wu seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and directly told him, "Sai, I'm afraid so." Xiao Hua understood that this was related to bloodline. He wasn't the descendant of the 12 great gods, so of course he couldn't chant their witchcraft incantations. If you have any tricks, please use them," Elder Wu reminded. "If it doesn't work, my lord still has a chance to dodge." "Ha ha ha, good. Then I'll let you see your lord's tricks." Xiao Hua pulled Xiao Maro and flew up into the sky. He secretly gave him some things and said a few words to him through voice transmission. -11. Chapter 2820. What? This is a yellow talisman for clouds and rain. Xiao Maro was stunned. There's such a boring yellow talisman in this world. TSK, hurry up and activate the yellow talisman. This is the thing that will save your people today. Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain to him. This yellow talisman and its refining method were also obtained from Misty Cloud's sect's Yun Tungyu. He had used a lot of yellow talismans and refined a lot of them. Who knew that he would be able to use them again? Yes. Xiao Maro knew that this was an opportunity that Xiao Hua was giving him. The mana in his body surged, and he threw out the cloud and rain talisman. "Hehe, let your big brother cheer you on." Xiao Hua laughed softly and opened his hands. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky. Layers of thick clouds surged through the beetles, and flashes of lightning appeared. In a moment, the entire sky was covered. Kachacha, a flash of lightning fell, and immediately shot down the beetles within a few feet. What was strange was that after the beetles fell a few feet, they actually floated up again, as if they were not afraid of the lightning. Yes, these beetles have the nature of grass. How can grass be afraid of lightning? Xiao Hua was enlightened. However, taking advantage of the gap when the beetles were shot down, Xiao Maro obediently threw the cloud and rain talisman outside the beetle swarm. Wu tilde, the yellow talisman flashed, and countless water-type spiritual energy gathered, forming a hurricane. Whoosh tilde, a flash of water could be seen, and a large amount of rain fell from the sky, right on the beetle swarm. Wherever the rain fell, the beetles dodged, and all the beetles that were hit by the rain turned green, as if their weight had increased dramatically. They could no longer fly in the air, and slowly fell down. "Big brother, how can this yellow talisman be so magical?" Xiao Maro was really shocked when he saw the power of the yellow talisman. "Nonsense, this is personally made by Big Brother. How can it be bad?" Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several jade talismans were thrown out. Rumble. There was a loud rumble. Although the talismans smashed open many gaps in the beetle swarm, there were very few beetles that were actually ignited by the fire. Sigh, there's always something to conquer something. Who would have thought that? The rain is the bane of beetles. Xiao Hua understood and didn't use any other methods. A large amount of heavenly lightning struck down, creating a gap. He and Xiao Maro flew above the beetle tide. Xiao Maro laughed loudly and smashed down one after another. The water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into water, and it really looked like rain. It was also because of Xiao Hua's thoughtfulness that day. In order to solve the drought in the country of Shi and the country of Meng, he refined a lot of yellow talismans. Moreover, the power of these yellow talismans was really great. Xiao Maro flew in the air, one yellow talisman after another. It took him no less than an hour to use up all the cloud-traveling and rain-summoning talismans refined by Xiao Hua. An hour was enough for Xiao Maro to fly through most of the areas covered by the beetle tide. The rainwater produced by the yellow talismans was enough to disperse most of the beetles. Seeing that dusk was approaching and the sky was covered by dark clouds, the remaining beetles stopped attacking and dispersed. This disaster that was enough to wipe out the natives and soul warriors of the bird nest stronghold was actually so easily resolved by Xiao Hua, no, by Xiao Maro. War a tilde before Xiao Maro could land, countless loud cheers came from the ground. The natives and soul warriors who were chanting witchcraft incantations all knelt down on the ground, and saluted Xiao Maro with great sincerity. Xiao Maro glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Hua quietly landed, and Xiao Maro stood in the air. Gigi woo woo. Xiao Maro spoke again with great enthusiasm, causing cheers to come from all over the mountain. The entire bird nest stronghold was in an uproar in an instant. When Xiao Maro landed, none of the natives of the bird nest stronghold were willing to leave. It was unknown where they got the torches and bonfires, but they actually danced happily on the spot. Master Tilda, as soon as Xiao Maro landed, Elder Wu and G-Man came to greet him. Elder Wu, in particular, had an unprecedented joy in his eyes. G-Man, with the help of 2 female soul warriors, forced herself to bow. Don't be so courteous. Xiao Maro waved his hand and said, you did your best to protect the bird nest stronghold just now, so you should rest more. Too bad. This is the first time I returned to Meng Mountains, so I don't have anything to reward you with. Ayo, Xiao Mao, I forgot. Didn't you leave a jade box with me that day? I think it's best if you give that to G-Man. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened. He took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao naturally didn't know what was inside the jade box, but how could he not know what Xiao Hua meant? After receiving it, he handed it to G-Man without even looking at it, and said, that's right, this is something I obtained in my early years. Today, I'll give it to you. Xiao Mao's words were very proper, but he didn't mention what was inside and what it was used for. G-Man was a little dazed, but she had to thank Xiao Mao for his gift, no matter what it was. Seeing her receive it with both hands, she said gratefully, thank you for your gift, my lord. My lord saved the entire bird nest stronghold, and you still remember me. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Mao waved his hand. Today, we were able to escape from the beetle's attack because of everyone's strength. I'm just standing on everyone's shoulders. Then, Xiao Mao frowned slightly, looked at Elder Wu and said, today's matter can only be temporary. If we can't find the reason for the beetle's attack, in the future, bird nest stronghold will still be in trouble. Xiao Mao naturally wanted to ask Elder Wu about the specific reason for the beetle's attack, but Xiao Hua was a little depressed. It was rare for him to be so generous and give something out, but who knew that although the other party was respectful, they didn't even look at it. How could he not be anxious? This. Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then looked at Li Zongbao and the others in the distance, and smiled apologetically. Right now, I'm going to discuss with my lord. However, this is a secret of Meng Mountain, and we can't let outsiders know. My lord, please. Elder Wu. Xiao Mao's expression changed, and he said coldly, outsiders can naturally not know, but I've already said it. This is my big brother, and to him, I don't have any secrets. Besides, you've also seen that his divine ability is not to be underestimated. I'm not afraid to tell you that the yellow talisman was made by my big brother, and it has nothing to do with me. Elder Wu and G-Man naturally didn't see Xiao Hua's action of passing the yellow talisman to Xiao Mao. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, they were shocked. After exchanging glances, Elder Wu nodded and said, if that's the case, I'm willing to explain this matter to my lord and the elders. However, the others definitely can't. Elders. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. It seems that other than Xiao Mao's position as the lord, I've also gotten the title of an elder. Good, this elder title is good. Xiao Mao clapped his hands. Big brother is my Wu Stockade's elder. I'll arrange for the rest of the guests to rest. G-Man forced a smile and said, I can't accompany my lord anymore. Millimeter, you can go. Xiao Mao looked at G-Man and nodded. Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and sent a message to Fairy Hongxia, asking them to rest first. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, G-Man, who had walked about 10 feet away, exclaimed, Then, she hurriedly turned her head, leaving the female spirit warrior who was supporting her, and staggered to Xiao Mao. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to say anything, she threw herself on the ground and cried, my lord, I'm not worthy of the treasure that my lord has bestowed. I beg my lord to take back this item is of great use to my lord. And in her hand was the jade box that had been cracked open. The shock on Xiao Mao's face disappeared in a flash. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's face changed into a proud smile. Get up, Xiao Mao said in a low voice, this is something that you deserve. Even if this item is of great use to me, but now you're the hero of Meng Mountain, only you are worthy of this item. My lord. Ji-man was sobbing. She was so grateful to Xiao Mao's actions that she was in a mess. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao, who had a smile on his face, still didn't know what was inside the jade box. However, he could only be sure that this item was definitely not as precious as Ji-man said. Perhaps, Xiao Hua had a lot of this item in his storage pouch. Elder Wu also seemed to be shocked, and advised in a low voice, Ji-man, since this is a gift from my lord, you should keep it. After all, you've done a lot for the Bai Lu stockade. Ji-man raised her head and muttered a few words, but the content was not something that Xiao Hua could understand. Sure enough, Elder Wu was shocked again, and quickly said, my lord, this item is indeed, say no more. Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, I've already bestowed this item. How can I take it back? Elder Wu, you've done a lot for me today. After a while, I'll also reward you. Many thanks, my lord. Elder Wu was overjoyed, and knelt down again. Sigh, everyone says that these millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are uncivilized. Xiao Hua was happy to see this, and secretly laughed, but their etiquette is not any less than our Dao sec. Not to mention that Elder Wu and Ji-man's speech and behavior are similar to cultivators. It's just that the etiquette of kneeling down is too thorough. Immediately, Ji-man and Elder Wu stood up. Ji-man led Fairy Hongxia and the rest to rest, while Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao followed Elder Wu out of the square, and went straight to the back of the wooden house. Big brother, what exactly did you give him? At this moment, Xiao Mao asked Xiao Hua via voice transmission, did you take enough? Hehe, it's just a kind of spirit tea. Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and replied, as for whether it's a lot or not, you can guess. Hehe, of course I can't guess what kind of spirit tea it is. Xiao Mao laughed, but the amount of this spirit tea is definitely not small. Hehe. Xiao Hua laughed, but didn't answer. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.